Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. Twilight settled over Gotham like a weary sigh, painting the sky in watercolor hues of amber and violet. From his vantage point atop the Ellsworth building, Batman observed the transformed landscape of Robinson Park with narrowed eyes. What had once been a manicured urban sanctuary now resembled a primeval jungle, its borders defined by massive walls of interwoven vines and roots that had erupted through concrete and asphalt in defiance of the city's architectural constraints. Oracle, satellite thermal imaging of Robinson Park, Batman requested, his voice low and measured in the gathering darkness. Coming through now, Barbara Gordon's voice replied in his cowl. The internal temperature of the park is nearly 15 degrees warmer than the surrounding city blocks. The vegetation has created its own microclimate. In less than 48 hours, poison ivy had transformed Robinson Park into something unrecognizable, a botanical fortress with living walls that grew higher by the hour. City services had been cut off, police barricades established at a safe distance, and negotiators had tried unsuccessfully to establish communication. "Any movement from the hostages?" Batman asked, adjusting his cowl's optics to scan for heat signatures. "Still concentrated in the central pavilion," Oracle confirmed. 7 distinct signatures, consistent with Councillor Reeves and his staff. Vitals appear stable, but there's been no communication since Ivy's video ultimatum. Batman recalled the footage that had dominated Gotham's news cycles. Pamela Isley, resplendent on a throne of flowering vines, her skin with the slight green tint that manifested when her powers were at their peak. Behind her, the frightened but unharmed council members sat surrounded by gently swaying vegetation. "Your city chokes on its own waste," she had declared, her voice simultaneously seductive and commanding. "You draft meaningless environmental regulations while signing permits for factories that poison our groundwater. The time for half measures is over." Her ultimatum was simple: comprehensive environmental legislation to be drafted and passed within 3 days, or the hostages would become permanent residents of her green domain. "GDPD's planning a tactical assault at dawn," Oracle continued. "Commissioner Gordon is stalling, but the mayor's under pressure to resolve this quickly." "A direct assault would be disastrous," Batman replied. "Ivy's powers are amplified within her domain. She'd sensed their approach long before they breached the perimeter." He studied the undulating wall of vegetation, noting how it pulsed slightly, as if breathing. Ivy had grown more powerful in recent months. Her connection to the green, the elemental force that connected all plant life, strengthening in ways that concerned even the Justice League. This was no mere hostage situation. It was an ecological revolution with Pamela Isley as its radiant, vengeful goddess. "I'm sending you updated atmospheric readings," Oracle said. "The pollen count inside the park is off the charts. Some of these compounds aren't in any database. Likely psychoactive, definitely designed to enhance Ivy's pheromone control." Your standard rebreather won't be sufficient. Batman touched the utility compartment at his belt. Understood. I'll make a stop at the Batcave before infiltration. Bruce, Oracle's voice softened slightly. Her demands aren't entirely unreasonable. The environmental package she's demanding would actually benefit Gotham long term. It would, he acknowledged, but yielding to ecological terrorism sets a dangerous precedent. And Ivy's version of environmental balance leaves little room for human needs. He paused, watching as a flock of birds settled into the canopy of mutated trees. Besides, this isn't about legislation. Not really. What do you mean? She wants validation, recognition that her concerns have always been legitimate. The counselor represents everything she despises. Bureaucracy that acknowledges problems but takes minimal action. This is personal for her. The last rays of sunlight slipped behind Gotham's western skyline, plunging the city into darkness. Within the park, bioluminescent flowers began to glow in purples and blues, creating an otherworldly landscape that pulsed with life. I'm going in after midnight, Batman decided. The hostages have been unharmed so far, but Ivy's patience isn't infinite. I'll alert Alfred to prepare the botanical countermeasures, Oracle replied. And Bruce, be careful. Ivy's different this time, more committed. So am I, Batman answered simply, before launching himself into the gathering darkness. The Batcave hummed with quiet efficiency as Bruce made his final preparations. Alfred moved with practiced precision, helping him don a specialized version of the Batsuit, one designed specifically for confrontations with Pamela Isley. The polymer coating should resist most adhesive pollens and corrosive plant secretions, Alfred explained, securing the reinforced gauntlets. And the fabric weave contains a graphene layer that may provide some resistance to her more aggressive flora. Bruce nodded, testing the suit's flexibility. The rebreather, modified with the new filtration system Master Fox developed. It should neutralize her known pheromone compounds, though I must caution you about its limitations. 18 minutes of continuous use before the system requires a 2-minute regeneration cycle. Bruce secured the rebreather to his utility belt. I'll use it sparingly. A subtle alert chimed from the Bat computer. Lucius Fox's face appeared on the main display, his expression serious but calm. Bruce, I've finished analyzing those soil samples from Robinson Park's perimeter, Fox began. The cellular mutation rate in the vegetation is accelerating. She's fundamentally altering the plant's genetic structure, meaning they're developing neural-like networks, simplified but definite. Bruce frowned. She's making them more intelligent, or extending her own consciousness through them, Fox suggested. Either way, it changes the tactical landscape. These plants won't just react instinctively, they might anticipate, possibly even strategize. Any weaknesses? Fox held up a small device that resembled a compact ultrasonic emitter. This generates a frequency that disrupts the cellular communication within her modified plants. It won't kill them, but it should disorient them temporarily, give you windows of opportunity. The range is limited, 3 meters at most, and it's a prototype, so use it sparingly. Bruce nodded. Have it sent to the usual drop point. More thing, Fox added. The bioluminescence we're seeing in the park isn't just for show. The light wavelengths appear to be part of how she's controlling the plant network. Your cowl's visual filters should help you see patterns that might reveal weaker points in her defensive grid. As the communication ended, Alfred handed Bruce a small case containing several specialized batarangs and a set of capsules in varying colors. Cryogenic compounds for the more aggressive specimens. Alfred explained. The blue capsules contain a fast-acting but temporary growth inhibitor, non-lethal as per your specifications, and this contains the latest antitoxin for her known pheromonal compounds. Batman moved toward the Batmobile, but paused briefly. Her cause isn't wrong, Alfred, just her methods. Indeed, sir, Alfred replied thoughtfully. The line between activist and terrorist has always been drawn by those with the luxury of patience. Perhaps Dr. Isley simply ran out of both. The Batmobile disappeared into the tunnel, leaving Alfred alone with his thoughts, faithful sentinel to a war fought in the shadows between those who would save the world by very different means. Robinson Park's southern perimeter pulsed with life, the massive wall of intertwined vegetation shifting subtly as if breathing in the night air. Police barricades stood a cautious 100 yards back, their flashing lights casting rhythmic blue and red patterns across the scene. Batman observed from the shadows, using his cow's enhanced vision to identify potential entry points. The botanical wall appeared seamless at first glance, but thermal imaging revealed cooler spots where the growth was less dense. Oracle, I'm at the south entrance, he sub-vocalized, sending you visual feed now. As Barbara analyzed the imagery, Batman noticed waves of subtle movement rippling through the wall, corresponding with faint pulses of bioluminescence deep within the tangled growth. It's communication, Oracle realized. The plants are sharing information through light patterns, which means they're also sharing information about potential intruders. Near the ground, where the roots had erupted through concrete, the bioluminescence was notably dimmer. Batman moved silently toward a section where massive roots had created a slight overhang. To the officers stationed nearby, he would be nothing more than another shadow in a night full of them. Reaching the chosen spot, Batman activated Fox's sonic device at its lowest setting. The vegetation nearest him shuddered slightly, its movements becoming less coordinated. A small gap appeared between two massive root structures, just large enough for him to slip through. I'm going in, he informed Oracle. Maintain communication for as long as possible, but be prepared for interference. Batman took a final breath of relatively clean air before activating his specialized rebreather and slipping through the gap. The transition was immediate and disorienting. From the cool, open night of Gotham to a humid, close environment that resembled a tropical greenhouse. The air was thick with pollen, visible as golden motes drifting through shafts of bioluminescent light. The familiar pathways of Robinson Park had disappeared, replaced by a maze of overgrown vegetation. What had once been manicured lawns now sprouted chest-high grasses that whispered against each other as if sharing secrets. Ornamental trees had transformed into towering giants with twisted, gnarled trunks. Flowering vines draped across everything, their blooms pulsing with gentle blue and purple light. Batman moved cautiously, using his grapnel to ascend to the lower branches of a massive oak that offered better visibility. From this vantage point, he could see the central pavilion, now transformed into what appeared to be a living throne room. The columns were wrapped in flowering vines, the dome partially collapsed and replaced with an organic canopy. And there, seated on a throne of twisted roots and blossoming orchids, was Poison Ivy herself. Even from this distance, her presence was commanding. Her skin with its green tint seemingly more vibrant, her red hair intertwined with living vines that moved gently around her. She appeared to be speaking, though he couldn't hear her words. The hostages sat in a semicircle before her, contained within what looked like individual pods of large cupped leaves. They appeared unharmed, though their postures suggested exhaustion and resignation. I have visual on Ivy and the hostages, Batman reported. Counselor Reeves and 6 staffers, all contained in some form of plant enclosure, appear conscious but subdued. He stopped abruptly as something brushed against his awareness, a sweet, almost intoxicating scent that penetrated even his specialized rebreather. A momentary wave of disorientation washed over him. She knows I'm here, he realized, noting how the pattern of bioluminescence had changed, flowing toward his position like searching fingers of light. Batman fired his grapnel toward another tree, swinging to a position obscured by dense, mutated ferns. The plants below him stirred, turning like sunflowers tracking the sun. Interesting approach, Batman. Ivy's voice drifted through the humid air, somehow carrying perfectly despite the distance. Most men announce themselves more directly. The hostages, Ivy, he responded, using his voice modulator to project without revealing his position. Release them. Your quarrel is with the council's policies, not its staff. A melodic laugh floated through the transformed park. Always so direct, so male in your approach. But surely you've noticed this isn't a simple hostage situation. This is a revolution, a reclaiming, a glimpse of Gotham's true potential. Batman used her monologue as cover to move again, firing his grapnel toward a massive statue that had been nearly consumed by vegetation. As he swung, a whip-like vine narrowly missed, entangling his legs. You're faster than my babies remember, Ivy called out, amusement coloring her voice. But they're learning. Landing on the statue's shoulder, Batman could now see the pavilion clearly. The hostages were indeed alive, though their expressions were dazed, suggesting exposure to Ivy's pollen. Counselor Reeves appeared the most affected, his eyes unfocused. They're being drugged, Batman sub-vocalized to Oracle, pollen-based, likely enhancing her suggestibility compounds. Whether Oracle received his message was unclear, as no response came through his cowl. He was on his own, standard operating procedure, but complicated by the living, responsive environment that seemed to function as an extension of Ivy's consciousness. The legislation she's demanding, Batman called out, moving again as vines began to creep up the statue toward him. It would take months to implement properly. Release the hostages and I'll ensure the council considers your proposals. Considers? Ivy's voice sharpened, and the plants throughout the park responded, their movements becoming more agitated. They've been considering since before you wore that cape, Dark Knight. Considering while our rivers turn toxic. Considering is what politicians do instead of acting. Batman dropped from the statue just as vines engulfed the spot where he'd been standing. He rolled through undergrowth that reached for him with thorny tendrils, deploying a small canister that released a cloud of growth inhibitor. The plants recoiled, their movements momentarily sluggish. Your methods won't bring lasting change, he persisted, moving steadily closer to the pavilion through the momentary gap. They'll bring military intervention. Scorched earth policies. Is that what you want for your baby? A massive mutated pitcher plant erupted from the ground before him, its mouth yawning wide to reveal digestive fluids that steamed in the cool night air. Behind it, more carnivorous growths emerged, forming a living barrier between him and the pavilion. What I want, Ivy replied, her voice suddenly closer, is respect for the natural order, something your precious civilization has forgotten. She appeared atop a ridge of roots that had risen from the ground like a natural stage. The vines in her hair had grown more numerous, and her skin seemed to pulse with the same bioluminescence as the plants around her. Her eyes, brilliant green and unnaturally bright, fixed on him with predatory focus. You've always understood, haven't you? she continued, moving with fluid grace as plants bent to form steps beneath her feet. More than the others. You see the balance that's been destroyed, yet you still serve a system that prioritizes quarterly profits over planetary survival. Batman stood his ground as the circle of carnivorous plants tightened around him. His hand moved subtly toward his utility belt, fingers finding the specialized batarangs. I serve justice, he corrected her. And taking innocent people hostage isn't justice, Pamela. It's terrorism. Something flickered across her expression, a momentary hesitation, perhaps even doubt, before her features hardened again. Terrorism? Is that what you call it when nature reclaims what was stolen? When the voiceless finally find a champion? Look around you, Batman. This isn't destruction. It's creation. At what cost? He challenged. The people you're holding, they have families, children. They're not abstractions, Pamela. They're individuals with as much right to life as your plants. My plants don't poison watersheds or clear-cut forests, she retorted, but there was a defensive note in her voice now. Batman took a calculated risk. Neither does Maria Chen. Ivy paused. Who? Councillor Reeves' chief of staff. The woman you've encased in flowering purple pods. She has 2 children and a dissertation on sustainable urban ecosystems. She spent her career trying to implement exactly the kind of changes you're demanding, working within a system designed to resist those changes. This was the gambit, appealing to the scientist and environmental crusader that still existed beneath Ivy's increasingly radical exterior. Pamela Isley had once been a brilliant botanist, driven to extremism by a combination of chemical exposure and genuine ecological concern. Ivy's expression flickered again, and she glanced back toward the pavilion, her gaze finding the woman Batman had mentioned. The hesitation lasted only seconds before her resolve visibly hardened again. Ally in a den of enemies means little, she declared, though with less certainty than before. The Council has voted down every meaningful environmental protection for the past decade. Words and proposals and studies accomplish nothing. Only direct action brings change. Then target those responsible, Batman pressed, sensing a potential opening. Not their staff, not people who share your goals, but disagree on methods. The Council will never pass your legislation under duress, he continued. Even if they appear to yield, they'll reverse course the moment the crisis ends. You know this, Pamela. Coercion creates resistance, not conversion. For a moment, genuine conflict showed in her expression. The scientist wrestling with the zealot, reason against righteousness. The carnivorous plants surrounding Batman wavered in their advance, mirroring her indecision. Then something hardened in her eyes. Enough philosophy, she snapped. You've come for the hostages. Take them, if you can reach them. She gestured sharply, and the vegetation between Batman and the pavilion erupted into frenzied growth. Vines shot from the ground like striking serpents. Thorny branches whipped toward him from all directions, and clouds of golden pollen filled the air. Batman activated Fox's sonic device at full power, creating a momentary bubble of disorientation among the aggressive flora. Using that brief advantage, he fired his grapnel toward the pavilion's dome and launched himself upward. But Ivy had anticipated this. As he swung through the air, a massive flower bud erupted from the pavilion's roof, blooming explosively to release a dense cloud of reddish pollen directly into his path. Despite his rebreather, the concentration was too great to filter completely. His vision blurred momentarily, muscles responding a fraction slower than commanded. He adjusted his trajectory mid-swing, landing on one of the pavilion's wrapped columns rather than in the center as planned. The stone was barely visible beneath a sheath of writhing vines that immediately began to encircle his legs. "Your toys won't save you here," Ivy called out, approaching the pavilion with measured steps as plants formed a path beneath her feet. "This is my domain. Every cell, every spore, every molecule of oxygen you breathe is under my control." Batman triggered a cryo-batarang, freezing the vines attempting to entrap him. The plants shattered as he broke free, but more immediately grew to replace them. The hostages were mere yards away now, their plant enclosures pulsing with anxious energy as the conflict escalated. The rebreather indicator was flashing now, less than 5 minutes of filtration remaining. Batman needed to change tactics. Direct confrontation wasn't working, and the hostages were too vulnerable in this environment. "You're right," he said simply. Ivy paused, suspicion evident in her expression. "About?" "The failure of traditional channels." Batman took a deliberate step away from the hostages, drawing her attention fully to himself. The system resists meaningful environmental change because the profit incentives point in the opposite direction. That's not speculation, it's documented fact. Confusion flickered across her features. "Are you agreeing with me?" "With your assessment, yes. With your methods, no." He maintained eye contact, watching as uncertainty tempered her anger. "The legislation you're demanding, it addresses symptoms, not causes. You know this. You're too intelligent not to see it." Something shifted in her posture, the zealot receding slightly, the scientist emerging. "Explain." "Corporate influence, regulatory capture, election financing that ensures pro-business candidates." Batman spoke quickly but clearly, aware of his diminishing window of protected breathing. "Your legislation would impose restrictions that would be systematically undermined before the ink dried. You need deeper change." Ivy studied him, genuine interest replacing some of the hostility in her gaze. "Go on." Wayne Enterprises has been developing a private-public partnership model for environmental remediation, self-funding through carbon capture and sustainable resource development, bypassing the traditional regulatory framework entirely. "Pretty words," Ivy said, but her tone had softened slightly. "Not promises. Projects already in motion. The Robinson River Restoration Initiative begins next month. Wayne's new bacterial filtration system removes industrial contaminants while preserving native microbiomes. The pilot showed 93% reduction in heavy metal concentrations. This caught her attention completely. As a botanist, she would understand the significance of such results. That's not possible with current technology. It wasn't until recently. Batman took another careful step, not toward the hostages, but toward her. "The change you want is happening. Not through legislation, but through innovation and private initiative. But holding these people hostage jeopardizes those projects, creates resistance, reinforces the narrative that environmental protection is extremism." She was listening now, genuinely engaged. The plants around them had settled into a less aggressive posture, responding to her shifting emotional state. Even the hostages' enclosures had relaxed slightly. "The counselor," Batman pressed gently. "He's not your enemy. He's an obstacle, yes, but one that can be circumvented rather than confronted. The staff you're holding, they include allies who could help implement the very changes you're fighting for." Ivy's gaze shifted to the hostages, lingering on Maria Chen. "She did try," Ivy admitted quietly. "Before the council voted down the watershed protection bill, she came to me, consulted me on the technical aspects, and she'll continue that work." Batman assured her. If you let her. You're asking me to trust a system that has consistently betrayed both science and nature, Ivy said, but her voice held more weariness than conviction now. I'm asking you to recognize that your goals are achieved through balanced ecosystems, not monocultures, Batman replied. Human participation in environmental restoration isn't just possible, it's necessary. Just as plant diversity creates resilience, so does diversity of approach. Something shifted in Ivy's eyes. Recognition, perhaps, of the fundamental ecological truth in his argument. Her expression softened further, scientific reasoning gradually reasserting itself over emotional reaction. Show me, she said finally. This river restoration project, the filtration system, let me see the data, the implementation plans. Release the hostages, Batman countered gently. All of them. Then we can discuss next step. The moment hung in balance. Ivy's ambition for environmental redemption weighed against her distrust of conventional authority and her belief in direct action. The plants around them seemed to hold their breath, waiting for her decision. Finally, she raised her hands in a graceful gesture, and the plant enclosures around the hostages began to unfurl, releasing them from their captivity. They stumbled free, disoriented but largely unharmed. Get them out, Ivy instructed, her voice carrying a mixture of resignation and determination. But you and I aren't finished. I want to see these projects, evaluate them myself. Agreed, Batman said, moving among the council staff, supporting those who struggled to stand. Councillor Reeves was the most affected, his movements sluggish and coordination poor. Batman guided the hostages toward the southern edge of the park, where the living wall had begun to part, creating an exit corridor. As they moved, he noted that his exposure to the unfiltered pollen was beginning to affect his coordination. Vision blurring slightly at the edges, he focused on the task at hand, getting the civilians to safety before his own condition deteriorated further. The exit corridor was almost beautiful, flowering vines creating a tunnel of soft bioluminescence that guided their way toward freedom. With each step, Batman felt the pollen's effects growing stronger in his system. Keep moving, he instructed the hostages, supporting Councillor Reeves, who leaned heavily against him. Medical teams are waiting. Behind them, Ivy watched their retreat from atop her living throne, expression unreadable in the shifting patterns of plant light. As they neared the perimeter wall, Batman activated his comms again. Oracle, status? GCPD medical units in position, came the welcome reply, clearer now as they approached the edge of Ivy's domain. Gordon has established a secure extraction corridor. The living wall parted before them like a curtain, revealing the world beyond Robinson Park. Police barricades, flashing lights, and the familiar urban landscape of Gotham. Medical personnel rushed forward as they emerged, guiding the disoriented council staff toward waiting ambulances. Batman. Commissioner Gordon approached, keeping a wary eye on the pulsing vegetation. We didn't expect a negotiated release. What's her play? A chance to evaluate alternative approaches, Batman replied, fighting the increasing effects of pollen exposure. She's listening, Jim. Don't send in tactical teams. Gordon studied him with concern. You don't look well. Pollen exposure, it'll pass. Batman straightened with effort. The hostages need medical attention. Mild dehydration, pollen-induced disorientation, no physical injuries. And Pamela? Batman glanced back at the living corridor, which had begun to slowly close. She's waiting for proof that traditional environmental channels can actually deliver meaningful change. Gordon's expression was skeptical. And if they can't? Then we'll have a much bigger problem than one park, Batman acknowledged. She's becoming more powerful, Jim, more connected to the green. What we've seen here is a fraction of what she could do if fully provoked. The mayor's demanding a full assault at dawn, military support, defoliants, the works. Stall him, Batman instructed. 24 hours. I have a different approach. Gordon nodded reluctantly. 24 hours. But if she makes any aggressive moves, she won't, Batman said. Not if we give her reason to believe in alternatives. Dawn found Bruce Wayne in the Batcave's laboratory section, still working despite Alfred's increasingly pointed suggestions about the benefits of rest. The samples collected from the hostages had proven enlightening. Ivy's new pollen compounds were significantly more sophisticated than previous versions. Fascinating, Lucius Fox commented, studying the molecular models displayed on the main screen. She's created a targeted neurochemical that affects specific receptors associated with susceptibility to suggestion, while leaving critical thinking partially intact. Not mind control exactly, more like enhanced persuasion? Bruce nodded, rubbing his reddened eyes. I need something to demonstrate good faith to Ivy tonight. The river restoration project is real, but still largely conceptual. She'll need more than proposals. Perhaps, Lucius suggested thoughtfully, what Dr. Isley needs is not just evidence of environmental projects, but acknowledgement of her own expertise. Bruce looked up, interest peaked. Go on. Wayne Enterprises' bioengineering division has been struggling with the bacterial delivery system for the river cleanup. Our current methods achieve the 93% contaminant reduction, but the bacterial colonies don't self-sustain as theorized. What we need is a specialist in plant bacterial symbiosis, someone exactly like Pamela Isley, Bruce realized. Before her transformation, Dr. Isley was publishing groundbreaking research in exactly this field, Lucius confirmed. She understands things about plant microbe interactions that our team hasn't been able to replicate. You're suggesting offering her collaboration rather than just showing her our work? Precisely, Lucius said with satisfaction. Don't just show her what Wayne Enterprises is doing for the environment. Invite her to improve it. Alfred nodded approvingly, a most elegant solution, acknowledging both her grievances and her expertise in one gesture. It could work, Bruce acknowledged, but we'll need something tangible tonight. I believe I have just the thing, Lucius smiled. Our prototype bioremediation pods, portable, independently verifiable, and demonstrate the technology in action rather than just on paper. Perfect. Have a complete set prepared, along with full technical documentation and an official Wayne Enterprises consultant contract. Draft the terms for complete independent oversight of environmental compliance. Alfred raised an eyebrow. A bold move, Master Bruce. The board may have questions about bringing a known eco-terrorist into the corporate structure. Not if it's presented as recruiting the world's leading expert in bioremediation to ensure the success of a high-profile environmental initiative, Bruce countered. Besides, keeping Pamela Isley constructively engaged serves both Wayne Enterprises' public interests and Batman's security concerns. Dusk settled over Gotham as Batman approached Robinson Park from the northern perimeter, carrying a specialized case containing the bioremediation pods and documentation. A distinct pathway had formed in the living wall, not fully open but visibly thinner, suggesting Ivy was expecting his arrival. The living barrier parted as he approached, creating an opening just wide enough for him to pass through. This felt less like infiltration and more like a formal, if cautious, invitation. The park's interior had continued its transformation. What had been chaotic overgrowth now showed evidence of deliberate cultivation. Pathways lined with phosphorescent fungi, decorative arrangements of flowering vines, and water features created by redirected park fountains. Batman found Ivy seated on a living throne that appeared to have grown directly from the earth, not the dramatic command center of the previous night, but something more contemplative. Her expression as he approached was guarded, but not immediately hostile. "You returned," she observed. "I half expected to see military defoliation teams instead." "That option was discussed," Batman acknowledged. "I convinced them to pursue alternatives." Ivy's eyes narrowed slightly. "For how long? Until I release the park? Until I surrender myself to Arkham's tender mercies? Until we determine whether there's a better path forward than mutual destruction." He placed the case he carried on a flat stone surface nearby. "You've been reshaping the park." She seemed pleased that he'd noticed. "From defensive necessity to something more intentional. A demonstration of what urban spaces could become if humans allowed proper ecological function. You've created a functional ecosystem within days. Nature knows how to heal itself when barriers are removed," she replied. "I merely accelerated the process." "I assume that contains the evidence you promised?" "Evidence and an alternative approach." Batman opened the case, revealing the bioremediation pods nestled in protective compartments alongside digital tablets containing documentation. The Robinson River Restoration Initiative. Not just proposals, but functioning technology. Ivy's interest was immediate. She approached the case, plants creating steps beneath her bare feet. With delicate green-tinged fingers, she lifted one of the bioremediation pods. Pseudomonas putida varians, she identified immediately, examining with expert precision. Modified for enhanced heavy metal sequestration. Interesting delivery system. Wayne Enterprises technology? Batman nodded. Phase 1 implementation begins next month at 3 contamination hotspots along the river. The bacteria extract heavy metals from the water column and sediment. Ivy accessed one of the tablets, reviewing the technical documentation with the rapid comprehension of a trained scientist. Her expression shifted between skepticism and reluctant appreciation. "It's not entirely without merit," she finally admitted. "More substantial than typical corporate greenwashing, but ultimately insufficient without compatible plant systems to support long-term microbial health. Which is why the project needs your expertise," Batman said directly. Ivy stilled, suspicion immediately returning to her features. "What?" Batman retrieved a final document from the case, the consultant contract Lucius had prepared. "Wayne Enterprises is offering you an independent oversight role in the River Restoration Initiative. Full access to all project data, veto authority over implementation decisions, and public reporting rights." She stared at him in disbelief. "You're offering me a job. We're offering acknowledgement of your expertise and legitimate concerns, a channel for your environmental advocacy that doesn't involve hostage-taking or terrorism." Ivy took the contract, scanning its terms with evident disbelief that slowly transformed into thoughtful consideration. "This is a Bruce Wayne peace offering. He sent you as his messenger." Batman neither confirmed nor denied this. "Wayne understands that environmental restoration requires specialized knowledge. Your research on plant-bacterial symbiosis remains unparalleled in the field. And in exchange for this consultation role, I'm expected to... what? Return Robinson Park to its manicured, ecologically sterile state? Submit myself to Arkham for rehabilitation? In exchange for meaningful participation in Gotham's environmental restoration, the expectation is that you'll pursue your goals through this channel rather than through force, Batman replied evenly. The park's future would be part of broader negotiations once you've verified the legitimacy of the restoration initiative. Why should I trust Wayne Enterprises? She asked finally. Or any corporate entity? Their environmental record is built on broken promises and regulatory manipulation, which is precisely why the contract includes independent verification rights and public reporting authority, Batman pointed out. You wouldn't be trusting Wayne, you'd be verifying, monitoring, and holding them publicly accountable. And the legal charges currently pending against me. Commissioner Gordon has indicated willingness to recommend psychiatric supervision rather than incarceration, provided the hostage situation resolves peacefully and you commit to non-violent advocacy going forward. She studied him carefully. You're offering me legitimacy, a seat at the table I've been trying to overturn. Why now? Why after all these years of conflict? Because Gotham's environmental challenges have reached a critical point where neither conventional regulation nor radical action alone can address them, Batman replied honestly. And because your demonstrated abilities in this park prove you could contribute to solutions if given appropriate channels. Ivy looked around at the transformed environment she had created, a testament to both her power and her vision. The entire park seemed to breathe with her contemplation. I would require amendments to this contract, she said finally. Specific guarantees about implementation timelines, transparency mechanisms, and independent verification procedures. Batman felt a carefully controlled surge of hope. Those can be negotiated, and this park remains a demonstration project under my supervision, not returned to its previous state, but adapted into a model of urban ecological restoration that the public can experience and learn from. Limited public access initially, expanding as safety parameters are established. Educational components highlighting ecological principles demonstrated in the park. Ivy nodded slowly, decision crystallizing in her expression. I will review your river initiative data thoroughly. If it proves as substantial as presented, I am willing to consider this alternative approach. She fixed him with an intense gaze. But understand this, Batman. I haven't abandoned my principles or goals. I'm simply exploring whether they might be achieved through means that don't require immediate confrontation. Understood, Batman acknowledged, relief carefully masked. The next step is demonstrating good faith by allowing limited access to city officials to verify conditions in the park. Ivy tensed visibly at this, plants around them responding with subtle defensive movements, not bulldozers and defoliation teams. Environmental assessment specialists, Batman clarified, to document what you've created here, not destroy it. She considered this, then made a decisive gesture. The living wall that had surrounded the park began to shift, opening multiple controlled access points around the perimeter. Tell Gordon his specialists may enter at the west entrance, she decided, unarmed with documentation equipment only. I will escort them personally. Batman nodded. I'll convey your terms. This is an opportunity, Pamela, for both sides to move beyond the cycle of ecological damage and radical response. She studied him with those unnaturally vibrant green eyes. Perhaps, or perhaps it's simply a new battlefield for the same fundamental conflict. She touched a flowering vine affectionately. But my children are patient. They understand that some victories require seasons of growth, not moments of force. As Batman prepared to depart, Ivy added one final thought. You know, Batman, for all your technological prowess, You've never fully understood the power of growth, how something as soft as a seedling can eventually split concrete, how roots can bring down walls given sufficient time. She gestured to the transformed park around them. Perhaps that's the real lesson here, that change doesn't always require dramatic confrontation. Sometimes it simply requires finding the right cracks in the existing structure and gently, persistently expanding them. Batman considered her words, recognizing the insight they contained and the warning. Ivy hadn't surrendered her revolutionary vision, she had simply adjusted her timeline and tactics. Growth requires appropriate conditions, he replied. This arrangement attempts to provide them for all parties involved. She inclined her head slightly, acknowledging the point without fully conceding it. As Batman departed through one of the newly created openings in the living wall, he carried both cautious optimism and clear-eyed realism. The Robinson Park crisis had been resolved without casualties, but the fundamental tensions between human development and environmental protection remained. What had changed was the possibility of new approaches, a recognition on both sides that neither unchecked development nor radical eco-terrorism offered sustainable paths forward. Ivy's botanical fortress would transition into something new, not quite the conventional park it had been, nor the primeval jungle she had initially created, but a carefully negotiated middle ground where different visions might eventually find common roots. As Gotham's night embraced him once more, Batman reflected that such compromises rarely satisfied anyone completely, yet often represented the only path toward genuine progress. In the delicate balance between justice and pragmatism, between ideal outcomes and workable solutions, lay the seeds of Gotham's potential future. Batman fired his grapnel toward a nearby building, the familiar sensation of ascent carrying him above the transformed landscape of Robinson Park. From this height, the integration of natural and urban elements appeared not as conflict, but as possibility, living systems and human structures finding ways to coexist, however tentatively. As he disappeared into Gotham's familiar shadows, the botanical fortress that had threatened the city's status quo was evolving into something new, a test case for cooperation rather than confrontation between humanity and nature. But Gotham rarely allowed its guardian more than fleeting moments of accomplishment before presenting new challenges. The delicate balance Batman had helped establish with Poison Ivy would need time to take root and grow, yet time was a luxury the Dark Knight seldom possessed. Even as the final arrangements were being made for environmental specialists to document Ivy's transformed ecosystem, Alfred's voice came through Batman's cowl with the measured calm that often preceded serious developments. Master Bruce, I believe you'll want to return to the cave at your earliest convenience. An alert has just come through from our monitoring systems. Batman paused on a gargoyle overlooking the financial district, the stone creature's weathered features impassive beneath his boots. Nature? Of the most dangerous sort, I'm afraid, Alfred replied cryptically. Human nature with professional focus. The Wayne Enterprises server farm in the East End registered an intrusion attempt 30 minutes ago. Most sophisticated I've seen in some time. Batman's posture shifted subtly, the environmental diplomat of moments ago receding as the detective emerged. Pattern, reminiscent of previous work by a certain gentleman with whom you've had professional disagreements. Alfred's tone conveyed volumes without specific details, security protocols observed even on encrypted channels. I'm on my way. The night air rushed past as Batman launched himself from the gargoyle, firing his grapnel toward the nearest building. his mind already analyzing possibilities, motivations, likely targets. Robinson Park and its flowering revolution faded from immediate concern, though not forgotten. Such was the rhythm of Gotham and its protector. One crisis navigated only to find another looming on the horizon. The lush green world of Poison Ivy's creation giving way to the cold precision of a very different adversary. From the organic to the tactical, from passionate ideology to calculated profession, from one worthy opponent to another, the Batmobile's engine roared to life minutes later, carrying its solitary passenger through Gotham's midnight streets toward the cave, where information awaited. Information that would set in motion a very different kind of confrontation, one that would require not negotiation and understanding, but silence, strategy, and the deadly serious game of hunter versus hunter. The silent strike was coming. Slade Wilson studied the dossier with clinical precision, his single eye absorbing every detail projected on the tablet screen. The encrypted file had arrived with a substantial down payment, $5 million, transferred to an offshore account. 5 more upon completion. Interesting, he murmured, swiping through classified security protocols, building schematics and personnel files. Gotham City wasn't his preferred hunting ground. The Bat complicated matters, but $10 million demanded consideration. His equipment lay prepared on the hotel bed. Reinforced tactical armor, sword forged from promethium alloy, customized rifle with specialized ammunition, combat knives, and various tools for urban infiltration. Each piece represented the apex of military technology, modified to his exacting specifications. Slade moved to the window, gazing across Gotham's glittering skyline. Somewhere in that urban maze, his target was going about their normal routine, unaware that Deathstroke had already calculated 14 different ways to end their life within 72 hours. "Let's play," Deathstroke whispered. Batman perched on the edge of the Wayne Tower's communication spire, the highest point in Gotham. The city sprawled below him, a chaotic constellation of lights, shadow, and perpetual movement. Oracle's voice came through his earpiece. "Got something interesting, Batman. GCPD intercepted chatter about a high-profile mercenary entering Gotham 2 days ago. Details?" Batman's voice was gravel. Nothing concrete, just whispers from the usual informants. But there's been unusual activity at the construction sites for the new financial district. Security cameras disabled. 2 guards found unconscious but alive. Send me the locations. Already uploaded to your HUD. There's more. Commissioner Gordon received an anonymous tip about a potential assassination. No specifics on the target, just that it's scheduled within the next 72 hours. Cross-examine the construction sites with potential high-value targets in that sector. My algorithm flags 3 possibilities. Judge Maria Carlucci, who's presiding over the Falcone racketeering case. DA Andrew Hopkins, who's prosecuting half the remaining mob families. And City Councilwoman Rebecca Chen, who's pushing the anti-corruption bill. There's one more thing, Oracle said, her voice tightening. Based on the methodology, the precision of the infiltration, the tactical approach, I'm running comparisons with known operators. It's preliminary, but there's an 87% match with Deathstroke's operational signature. Batman froze momentarily. Slade Wilson, the world's deadliest assassin. A metahuman with enhanced strength, reflexes, and tactical intelligence. Activate Protocol Watchtower, Batman commanded. I want round-the-clock surveillance on all 3 potential targets. And send Nightwing the data. This wasn't a random criminal threat. If Deathstroke was in Gotham, someone was going to die. The clock was already ticking. Deathstroke moved like a ghost through the half-constructed skyscraper, his armor's adaptive camouflage rendering him nearly invisible against the exposed steel beams and unfinished concrete. 93 floors up, the wind howled through the skeleton of what would become Gotham's tallest structure, the perfect vantage point. Through his tactical scope, he could see into the offices of the Justice Center 6 blocks away. Thermals picked up 18 heat signatures working late. One matched the profile of his target. Deathstroke adjusted his position, the specialized rifle an extension of his body. The round in the chamber would punch through ballistic glass without fragmenting, maintaining lethal velocity. Working late tonight, he murmured. Predictable. The slight change in air pressure behind him was nearly imperceptible, a subtle shift that would have gone unnoticed by anyone else. But Deathstroke wasn't anyone else. "You're earlier than I anticipated," he said without turning, his eye still fixed on the scope. "Step away from the edge, Slade." Batman's voice cut through the wind. Deathstroke slowly rose to his feet, the rifle held casually in one hand as he turned to face the dark night. "We both know you can't stop me. Not permanently." Batman stood 20 feet away on the same steel beam, his cape whipping in the violent winds. "There's no shot you can make that I can't prevent." "Perhaps," Deathstroke conceded, "but your presence here means you don't know who the target is, or when, or where the real shot will come from." He gestured toward the unfinished skyline around them. "So many vantage points, so many possibilities. You can't watch them all, Batman." "I don't need to." Batman took a step forward. "I just need to stop you." Deathstroke's laugh was cold. "How many times have we done this dance? You talk about stopping me, but we both know there are lines you won't cross. Lines I step over without hesitation. Last chance," Batman warned. "Surrender now." Deathstroke's answer came in the form of a flash grenade that detonated between them. By the time Batman's cowl filters adjusted to compensate, Deathstroke was gone, the rifle left behind on the beam, a decoy. The night had become a deadly game of chess, with Gotham's rooftops as the board. Deathstroke had made his opening move. Now Batman had to anticipate the next 3. Nightwing crouched behind the parapet of an Art Deco gargoyle high above Gotham's financial district. Through his mask's enhanced optics, he tracked movement across the scaffolding of the Conrad Hotel, a blur of orange and black that appeared and vanished between steel beams with inhuman speed. "I've got visual on Deathstroke," he reported. "North face of the Conrad, 70 floors up. He's rigging something to the construction crane." "Don't engage," Batman's voice commanded through the comm. "He wants to draw us into a divided response." Oracle's voice cut in. "Batman, I've been analyzing patterns. The Justice Center, where Judge Carlucci and DA Hopkins both have offices, is covered by sightlines from 6 different construction sites. But there's one location that has visibility to all 3 potential targets. The Gotham Royal Hotel," Batman concluded. "Exactly. The penthouse suite was reserved yesterday under a shell company, paid in cryptocurrency." Batman landed on the Gotham Royal Hotel's maintenance level, silently entering through a service door. The building's security system registered his presence before going into a controlled shutdown, Oracle's work providing him clear access. Inside, the penthouse was dark except for the ambient glow of Gotham's skyline through floor-to-ceiling windows. Batman scanned the space, detecting nothing but immaculate luxury furniture. Then his cowl's enhanced vision caught it, micro-projectors hidden in corners of the room, a holographic setup. Batman pivoted just as the hidden door to the master bedroom swung open. "I wondered when you'd figure it out," Deathstroke said, stepping into view. He wore his full combat armor but was conspicuously without his trademark sword or firearms. "Though I expected you 20 minutes ago." "You're slipping, Detective." Batman's eyes narrowed. "Where's the real target, Slade?" "You still don't see it?" Deathstroke shook his head. "For the world's greatest detective, you've missed the obvious." "Enlighten me." Deathstroke gestured toward the window with its panoramic view of Gotham. 3 high-profile potential targets, all with powerful enemies, all suddenly under protection because of an anonymous tip. He turned his masked face toward Batman. "Tell me, who benefits when a city's elite security apparatus is focused entirely on 3 specific locations?" Realization hit Batman like an electric current. "The targets are decoys." "Finally," Deathstroke said, almost sounding disappointed. "While Gotham's finest protect a judge, a district attorney, and a councilwoman, the real target is somewhere else entirely," Batman finished. "This was misdirection from the beginning." "Not entirely." Deathstroke rolled his shoulders, subtly preparing for combat. "The contract is very real, and it will be completed tonight." Batman's hand moved to his utility belt. "Who's the target?" "That would be telling," Deathstroke replied. "But I can offer you a choice. Stay here and fight me, which would be entertaining but ultimately pointless, or try to unravel the real objective with what little time remains." "There's a third option," Batman growled. "I take you down now and end this." The first exchange happened faster than human eyes could track, a brutal ballet of strikes and counters that demolished a marble side table and sent crystal decanters shattering across imported tile. Deathstroke matched Batman move for move, the 2 warriors demolishing the luxury suite as their combat intensified. Through his comms, Batman could hear Oracle attempting to break through. "Batman, we've got a situation developing at..." Static interrupted the transmission as Deathstroke revealed a signal jammer attached to his gauntlet. "No outside assistance," Deathstroke said. "This is between professionals." Batman suddenly stopped, reassessing the situation. The penthouse reservation, the conspicuous scouting. "You wanted me to find you." "Half credit," Deathstroke replied. "I knew you'd find me eventually. Better to choose the battlefield than have you crash my actual operation." "Oracle," Batman spoke into his comm, knowing the signal was jammed but trying a different approach. "If you can hear this, check Wayne Enterprises security. Priority Alpha." Deathstroke tilted his head slightly. "Wayne Enterprises? Interesting guess, but incorrect." But Batman had seen what he needed to. The smallest reaction in Deathstroke's body language at the mention of Wayne. Not surprise, but confirmation. "It was never about the Justice Center or the officials," Batman said. "This is about Bruce Wayne." Deathstroke's silence was answer enough. Before Batman could process this information, Deathstroke struck with sudden ferocity, driving Batman backward through the penthouse doors and into the hallway. "Our time together is up," Deathstroke announced, landing a kick that cracked the wall behind Batman. "I have a schedule to keep." With explosive force, Deathstroke drove his fist into a support column beside them, triggering the fire suppression system. In the momentary distraction, Deathstroke struck Batman with a specialized taser disc that adhered to his chest plate. "The Wayne Enterprises Gala," Deathstroke said, stepping back as Batman fought to remain standing, "occurring right now at the Gotham Museum of Modern Art. So many valuable targets in one location." As Batman struggled against the electrical interference, Deathstroke turned toward the emergency exit. Consider our warm-up concluded. The main event awaits. Batman tore the taser disc from his armor and reactivated his comm system. Oracle, come in. Batman, we've been trying to reach you. There's a situation at the Modern Art Museum. The Wayne Gala. I know. Deathstroke's target is there. Nightwing is already en route, but he won't make it in time. GCPD were dispatched to the other locations. They're redirecting now. Who's the actual target? Unknown. The guest list includes 3 UN ambassadors, 2 foreign dignitaries, the mayor, and several Wayne Enterprises board members. Any of them could be the mark. Batman launched his grapple gun toward an adjacent building. What about Lucius Fox? He's hosting the event in Bruce Wayne's absence. That narrowed the possibilities. Lucius had been spearheading Wayne Enterprises' new cybersecurity division, developing systems that could render certain surveillance technologies obsolete. Batman landed silently on the museum's maintenance scaffold, entering through a service entrance. Through his cowl's enhanced audio, he could hear fragments of communication from the museum's security team, directing the evacuation of guests. Oracle, I need building schematics. Where would a sniper position for maximum coverage of the east exit? 3 optimal locations, she responded immediately. The mezzanine overlooking the sculpture garden, the mechanical room above the east corridor, or the installation crane, Batman finished, spotting the massive mechanical arm suspended above the museum's central atrium. Then he spotted it. The slightest movement on the installation crane's catwalk 90 feet above the atrium floor. Found him, Batman reported, already launching himself upward into the darkness where Gotham's deadliest assassin awaited. The installation crane's catwalk was narrow industrial steel, 30 inches wide with no safety railings, suspended beneath the museum's glass dome. Batman landed silently at one end, his cape settling around him as he surveyed the shadows. Right on schedule, came Deathstroke's voice from the darkness. The assassin materialized, his armor's advanced camouflage deactivating to reveal his position at the crane's control junction. In his hands was a customized rifle with an integrated suppressor. It's over, Slade, Batman stated, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space above the atrium. The targets are secure. Are they? Deathstroke sounded almost amused. Look below, Batman. Tell me what you see. Despite every instinct warning against taking his eyes off Deathstroke, Batman allowed himself a fraction of a second's glance downward. The evacuation continued, security personnel directing guests toward exits. Among them he could see Lucius Fox, surrounded by his protective detail, moving toward the east corridor. I see a failed contract, Batman responded. Whatever you planned, it's too late. Deathstroke shook his head slightly. You still don't understand. This was never about a quick kill. Some contracts require surgical precision. With blinding speed, Deathstroke raised the rifle and fired, not at the evacuees below, but at a junction box on the far wall. Sparks erupted as the museum's backup lighting system failed, plunging sections of the building into darkness. In the same motion, Deathstroke tossed the rifle aside and drew his sword. No firearms for this part, Deathstroke said. Professional courtesy. Batman shifted into a defensive stance, the narrow platform limiting his maneuverability. Why the theatrics, Slade? This isn't your style. The contract specified certain parameters. A death would be unfortunate. But a message must be delivered. Before Batman could process this information, Deathstroke attacked with devastating precision. The catwalk swayed dangerously as the two combatants exchanged a flurry of strikes. Batman deflected another sword strike with his gauntlet's reinforced blades. Who hired you? He demanded. Someone who understands your true identity, Bruce Wayne. The words landed with more impact than any physical blow. Batman's momentary shock created an opening that Deathstroke exploited, landing a kick that sent Batman skidding backward along the catwalk. Yes, Deathstroke confirmed. My client knows. An interesting leverage point, wouldn't you agree? What's the real contract? Batman demanded, regaining his footing. To confirm that Bruce Wayne and Batman are one and the same, and to deliver a message. Withdraw from the Werner acquisition, or your secret becomes public. The Werner Technologies deal. A small but brilliant cybersecurity firm that Wayne Enterprises was poised to acquire. Their quantum encryption methods would revolutionize digital security, and apparently threaten someone powerful enough to blackmail Bruce Wayne. Corporate espionage isn't your usual domain, Batman observed, looking for an opening in Deathstroke's guard. $10 million buys considerable domain expansion, Deathstroke replied. Now, shall we conclude our business, accept the message, and this ends tonight? Refuse? The threat hung in the air between them. Your client made a critical error, Batman stated flatly. Oh, he sent you. With explosive speed, Batman threw 3 batarangs simultaneously, not at Deathstroke, but at strategic points on the crane's support structure. The catwalk lurched violently as one section detached. Deathstroke maintained his balance perfectly on the now tilting platform, but the distraction gave Batman the opening he needed. He launched himself forward, cape spread wide to control his trajectory as he collided with Deathstroke at full force. Both men went over the edge of the catwalk, plummeting toward the atrium, 90 feet below. Time seemed to slow as Batman and Deathstroke fell through the open space of the atrium. With practiced precision, Batman fired his grapple gun toward an overhead beam, the line going taut and changing their trajectory. Deathstroke, never unprepared, had already deployed a specialized grappling device of his own. The two lines crossed in mid-air, tangling momentarily before both men swung in opposing arcs toward the massive abstract sculpture at the atrium's center. They crashed onto the installation, a modern piece consisting of interconnected metal platforms suspended at varying heights. Improvisation, Deathstroke commented, sounding genuinely impressed. Your specialty. Your client, Batman demanded, circling carefully on the unstable platform. Who is it? Professional confidentiality, Deathstroke responded, though I suspect you'll figure it out. The Werner Technologies acquisition threatens certain governmental surveillance capabilities. Draw your own conclusions. Batman narrowed his eyes. This goes beyond corporate espionage. Indeed, national security, some would argue. Deathstroke flexed his hand, and a secondary blade extended from his gauntlet. What message shall I deliver to my employer? That Batman refuses to comply? Or that Bruce Wayne will reconsider his business strategy? Tell them, Batman growled, that blackmail only works on those who have something to lose. Deathstroke tilted his head slightly. Everyone has something to lose, Batman. Even you. The assassin launched himself across the gap between platforms. Batman met him halfway, the two warriors colliding above the museum floor in a brutal exchange of strikes. They landed on the same platform, the metal surface groaning under their combined weight and momentum. The platform beneath them tilted dangerously as their combat stressed its suspension cables. You know this changes nothing, Deathstroke said between strikes. If I fail, they'll simply hire someone else. Perhaps someone less selective about collateral damage. Batman caught Deathstroke's wrist mid-strike. Then I'll stop them too. Admirable, Deathstroke acknowledged, breaking Batman's grip with a counter technique, but unrealistic. You can't fight the entire intelligence apparatus. Watch me, Batman growled, landing a combination that drove Deathstroke backward toward the platform's edge. Time is running out, Batman. Make your choice. Already made. With that, Batman triggered a remote detonator. Small explosive charges severed the remaining support cables of the installation. The entire sculpture began to collapse, platforms dropping at different rates as their suspension failed. Deathstroke's single eye widened slightly, perhaps the only indication of surprise the assassin would ever show. Sacrificing the artwork to win the battle, not your usual approach. I bought the piece last week, Batman responded, already calculating his escape trajectory. As the platform gave way beneath them, both men leapt in different directions. The cacophony of metal striking marble echoed through the atrium as the multi-million-dollar installation crashed to the floor. The assassin had reached the mezzanine and was already moving toward an emergency exit. Batman fired his grapple gun, the hook embedding in the wall beside Deathstroke's head. A warning shot. "We're not finished," Batman declared. Deathstroke paused, turning slightly. "For tonight we are. The message has been delivered, the confirmation obtained." He tapped a control on his gauntlet. "Your identity for the Werner acquisition. Consider the implications carefully, Wayne." Before Batman could close the distance between them, smoke pellets detonated across the mezzanine. By the time Batman reached the emergency exit, Deathstroke had vanished. The GCPD moved through the museum with practiced efficiency. Commissioner Gordon stood beside the ruins of the abstract sculpture, his weathered face illuminated by the harsh glare of police floodlights. Property damage, public endangerment, interfering with an evacuation, Gordon listed, not looking up as Batman emerged from the shadows. Care to explain why one of the world's deadliest assassins was playing cat and mouse with you over $100 million art installation? Deathstroke was hired to deliver a message to Bruce Wayne. Wayne, what's the connection? Wayne Enterprises is acquiring Werner Technologies next week. Someone wants to prevent that from happening. Someone with enough resources to hire Deathstroke, Gordon mused. That narrows it down to about 50 possibilities, none of them pleasant. Across town, in the Batcave, Nightwing and Oracle waited as Batman arrived. Alfred stood nearby, his expression grave. "Master Bruce," Alfred began, "I've prepared the medical bay, assuming the usual post-Deathstroke requirements." Batman removed his cowl, revealing Bruce Wayne's face, tense with concentrated thought. "Just bruised ribs this time, Alfred. Deathstroke wasn't trying to kill me." "How comforting," Alfred remarked dryly. "Someone knows I'm Batman, and they hired Deathstroke to prove it," Bruce continued, moving to the central computer array where Oracle, Barbara Gordon, was already compiling data. Nightwing leaned against a console, his mask removed to reveal Dick Grayson's concerned expression. "Who has both that knowledge and the resources to hire Deathstroke?" "The list is unsettlingly long," Barbara responded. "Intelligence agencies, certain criminal organizations, rival corporations with government contracts. Focus on entities with interests in surveillance technology," Bruce directed. "Specifically, who would be threatened by Werner Technologies' quantum encryption system." "Already on it," Barbara confirmed. "NSA flagged Werner's patents 6 months ago. Chinese intelligence has made 3 separate approaches to their chief engineer, and LexCorp has a competing system in development that will be rendered obsolete." "So, what's the play?" Dick asked. "Call their bluff?" Bruce's expression hardened. "No, we complete the acquisition." Alfred raised an eyebrow. "Sir, if I may, That course of action seems to invite the very consequence this Deathstroke fellow warned against. It does, Bruce agreed, which is why we need to neutralize the threat before the acquisition finalizes next week. And how do we use that? Barbara asked. A rare, cold smile crossed Bruce's face. By making them fear something more than encryption technology. 3 nights later, Deathstroke stood on the balcony of a luxury apartment overlooking Gotham Harbor, holding a secure satellite phone that had just vibrated with an incoming call. Confirmation received, the digitally altered voice stated. The evidence you provided is conclusive. Wayne and Batman are the same. As contracted, Slade responded simply. Has Wayne made any moves regarding the acquisition? None. The Verna Technologies deal proceeds as scheduled. This complicates matters. We may require your services again, a more permanent solution. Double the previous amount. The target being the same, but this time permanent. Slade considered for a moment. I'll need 24 hours to consider. You have 12. The call disconnected. Slade placed the phone on a nearby table, turning to face the interior of the apartment. You can emerge now, he said calmly. The acoustical dampening field is active. They can't hear us. From the shadows stepped Batman, cowl in place, cape draped around him like living darkness. Director Raymond Chambers, Slade stated without hesitation when Batman demanded to know who had hired him. National Security Agency, Special Operations Division. Why tell me this? Batman questioned. Professional ethics would suggest confidentiality. Professional ethics also prohibit being manipulated into an assassination under false pretenses, Slade replied. Director Chambers has no authority to order a hit on an American citizen. No official channels would approve it, regardless of national security implications. He's operating outside official parameters, Batman concluded. With black budget resources and a private agenda, Slade confirmed. I don't appreciate being a pawn in internal intelligence community power struggles. What do you propose? I accept his contract, Slade said simply, and together, we ensure Director Chambers faces consequences for his extracurricular activities. No killing, Batman stated firmly. Agreed, Slade replied, for this operation. After a moment's hesitation, Batman clasped Slade's offered hand briefly, sealing a devil's bargain that neither man would have imagined possible. Director Chambers sat rigidly in his chair in the private dining room of an upscale restaurant. On one side stood Deathstroke, on the other, Batman. Between them, displayed on a secure tablet, was damning evidence of years of corruption, unauthorized operations, and conspiracy to commit murder. This is absurd, Chambers managed, his composed demeanor cracking. Every financial transaction, every unauthorized order, every illegal surveillance operation documented and verified, including your most recent contract to assassinate Bruce Wayne. What do you want? Chambers finally asked, his voice tight with contained rage. 3 things, Batman stated. First, you will resign immediately, citing health concerns. Second, all surveillance and interference with Verna Technologies ends permanently. Third, you will return all funds received from defense contractors and provide complete documentation of which operations were compromised. Chambers laughed bitterly. You have no idea what you're asking. Werner's encryption would blind our most critical national security operations, would still be monitored through legal channels, Batman finished, with proper warrants and oversight, as the law required. You're living in a fantasy world, Chambers countered. Do you truly believe the intelligence community will allow this? EMP won't have a choice, because option 2 is that all of this evidence goes public. To the press, to Congress, to your agency's internal affairs division. And your identity revealed, Chambers countered, a desperate gambit. Batman's expression remained unchanged. Release that information. See what happens. Something in Batman's tone gave Chambers pause. The absolute certainty, the lack of concern. You've prepared for that, the director realized. Years ago, Batman confirmed. Chambers finally nodded once. I accept your terms. As Chambers signed his resignation letter, Slade moved casually toward the door. My part in this arrangement is concluded. Not quite, Batman said. There's still the matter of my identity. Consider it professional courtesy, Slade replied after a moment's consideration. Your secret remains yours, unless someone offers a contract specifically for that information. It wasn't perfect, but it was the best arrangement Batman could realistically expect from someone like Deathstroke. Until next time, Slade said with a slight nod before slipping out the door. 3 days later, Bruce Wayne stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows of his Wayne Enterprises office. Behind him, Lucius Fox reviewed the final acquisition paperwork for Werner Technologies. The board unanimously approved, Lucius reported. Werner's encryption patents transfer to Wayne Enterprises, effective midnight, and the stipulations regarding open-source implementation included as directed. The core technology will be made available to public institutions, journalism organizations, and human rights groups within 30 days. Their conversation was interrupted by Bruce's secure phone. The caller ID displayed unknown, but Bruce recognized the encrypted channel. Wayne, he stated. Quite a resume you're building, came Slade Wilson's voice. Corporate titan, vigilante, now taking on the intelligence community. What do you want, Slade? To offer a professional observation, Deathstroke replied. Chambers was just one head of the Hydra. There are others who will see Werner's encryption as a threat. I'm counting on it, Bruce responded. A short chuckle came through the line. Of course you are. The games never end for you, do they, Wayne? Next time won't be as cordial, Bruce warned. I would hope not, Slate replied. Professional courtesy has its limits. The line went dead. Bruce pocketed the phone, turning back to the Gotham skyline where evening shadows lengthened across the city. Trouble? Lucius inquired. Always, Bruce answered. But tonight, we won. As night fell completely, the bat's signal illuminated the clouds above Gotham, the city's call to its dark protector. Bruce Wayne headed toward the private elevator that would take him to the secure garage. Batman was needed. In the shadows of Gotham, the game continued, and the night was still young. The confrontation with Deathstroke had left its mark on Gotham, not just in the physical destruction at the Modern Art Museum, but in the ripples through both the criminal underworld and intelligence community. Director Chambers' sudden resignation from the NSA had made national headlines, though the official story cited only personal reasons and health concerns. For Bruce Wayne, the acquisition of Werner Technologies proceeded as planned, bringing revolutionary encryption technology under Wayne Enterprises' protective umbrella. The technology would be deployed selectively, protecting the vulnerable while maintaining necessary transparency for legitimate security operations. Yet the encounter with Slade Wilson had left Bruce uneasy. Deathstroke was still out there, one of the few people alive who knew Batman's true identity. A dormant threat, contained for now by professional courtesy and mutual respect. But for how long? Alfred had noted the change in Bruce's demeanor during the weeks following the confrontation. The increased security protocols, the extra hours reviewing contingency plans, the heightened vigilance during patrols. Preparing for the inevitable rematch, sir? Alfred had asked one evening as Bruce analyzed Deathstroke's combat patterns for the dozenth time. Just being thorough, Bruce had replied, though they both knew it was more than that. The night had brought victory but also vulnerability, and in Gotham, vulnerability never went unexploited for long. Twilight settled over Gotham like a soft blanket, the city's jagged skyline melting into watercolor silhouettes against the fading sky. From his vantage point atop Wayne Tower, Batman watched the city transition into its nighttime rhythm. Street lamps flickered to life one by one, creating rivers of light that flowed through Gotham's grid. The evening air carried a hint of autumn's approach, crisp and clean, unusual for a city that often seemed to breathe smoke and shadow. Peaceful evening? Oracle's voice came through his cowl, a calm presence in his ear. Crime stats are down 15% this week. Even the usual hotspots are quiet. Batman made a sound of acknowledgement, his eyes scanning the cityscape methodically. Quiet nights in Gotham were rare gifts, moments to be appreciated but never fully trusted. Experience had taught him that silence often preceded storms. Too quiet, he replied finally. Check police frequencies for anything unusual, minor incidents, pattern disruptions. Already on it, Oracle confirmed. Nothing significant on regular channels, but there's something odd about bank security protocols tonight. First Gotham Trust and Mercantile Bank both implemented emergency security overrides within 10 minutes of each other. Batman's posture shifted subtly, relaxation giving way to alertness. Those banks are on opposite sides of the city. Connected ownership? Separate entities, Oracle answered. Different security systems, different protocols, but both showing the same anomaly. External override codes being accepted without physical confirmation. Batman was already moving, firing his grapnel toward an adjacent building. Remote access to both security systems simultaneously suggests coordination. Send me building schematics for both locations. Incoming, Oracle replied as Batman swung through the evening air, the city blurring beneath him. Something else. Facial recognition just flagged someone entering First Gotham Trust 20 minutes ago. Brief glimpse only, but the system suggests an 82% match for Harvey Dent. Batman landed on a gargoyle overlooking the financial district, his cape settling around him like folded wings. Two-Face, he stated, the name carrying weight beyond its syllables. Check recent activity. Has he escaped from Arkham? That's what's strange, Oracle replied. No alerts from Arkham. According to their system, Harvey Dent is still in custody. Last bed check was 3 hours ago. Someone's covering his absence, Batman concluded. Or he's found a way to manipulate the reporting system. He paused, analyzing the implications. 2 banks, 2 security breaches. Duality, Oracle finished his thought. His signature, but what's the play here? Bank robberies aren't typically his style, too conventional for Two-Face's sense of poetic justice. Batman was already moving again, cutting through Gotham's skyline with practiced efficiency. It's not about money. 2 simultaneous locations means he's setting up a choice, a coin flip on a city-wide scale. As if confirming his suspicion, the comm channel crackled with static before a new voice cut through, instantly recognizable despite its distortion. Good evening, Batman. Two-Face's raspy voice carried both smooth and damaged tones, the duality of his condition evident even through electronic transmission. Wondering which bank to visit first? Heads or tails? Left or right? East or west? Choices. Batman's expression remained impassive behind his cowl. Harvey, What have you done? A harsh laugh echoed through the channel. Created balance. First Gotham Trust holds 23 people. Bankers working late, security personnel, cleaning staff. Mercantile Bank holds 22. Nearly perfect symmetry, wouldn't you say? Hostages. Batman stated flatly, increasing his pace across the rooftops. Participants, Two-Face corrected, in an experiment about justice and chance. Both banks are wired with exactly the same amount of explosives. Both have precisely 60 minutes before detonation. Both need the same diffusal sequence. A metallic sound came through the transmission, the unmistakable ring of a coin being flipped. But I'll only be at one location to provide the final disarm code. Batman's mind was already calculating distances, variables, potential approaches. Why are you doing this, Harvey? These people have done nothing to you. Nothing. Two-Face's voice hardened. These banks laundered money for Falcone and Maroni for years. They foreclosed on families during Gotham's worst crises. They denied loans to rebuild the East End while financing luxury developments downtown. Their hands aren't clean, they just wear nicer gloves than most criminals. Oracle's voice cut in on a private channel. I've got GCPD mobilizing to both locations. Commissioner Gordon is coordinating, but they're hanging back until they understand the situation better. Wise, Batman replied softly. Harvey will have contingencies for police involvement. Talking to your friends? Two-Face asked. Go ahead, call in the cavalry, but remember overrides are in place. Any attempt to evacuate either building triggers both detonations immediately. Any attempt to disarm one location without the proper sequence triggers both. Perfect balance. Batman reached the edge of the financial district, pausing momentarily to study the glowing grid of building schematics Oracle had sent to his CAL display. You've never been about random destruction, Harvey. This isn't you, this is the coin controlling you. The coin brings clarity, Two-Face replied, his voice momentarily softening to something closer to Harvey Dent's former cadence. When every choice is reduced to two possibilities, decision becomes pure. No politics, no corruption, no bias, just chance. The harsher voice returned. You have 55 minutes remaining. First Gotham Trust or Mercantile Bank, your choice should be random too. Flip a coin, Batman. Let chance decide who lives or dies tonight. The transmission ended abruptly, leaving Batman with the ambient sounds of the city and Oracle's measured breathing in his ear. He's not giving us much time, she observed. First, Gotham Trust is closer to your position, but Mercantile has fewer security measures to bypass. Batman was already moving again, cutting through the night air with focused precision. Two-Face would have calculated those variables: distance, accessibility, response time. He's forcing a choice without a clearly correct answer. So which one? Oracle asked. We can't be in two places at once. Batman's reply came with quiet certainty. We don't have to be. The exterior of First Gotham Trust embodied old Gotham wealth, granite columns and Art Deco flourishes surrounding windows that still looked out on the city with Depression Zero gravitas. Batman avoided the front entrance entirely, instead accessing the rooftop through a maintenance door whose security system yielded to his electronic countermeasures. The building was eerily silent, the usual nighttime skeleton crew of security guards conspicuously absent. Oracle, I need you to access Mercantile Bank's security system, Batman sub-vocalized as he moved silently through the upper floor. Full spectrum analysis, heat signatures, motion detection, structural anomalies. Working on it, she replied, but Two-Face's override is sophisticated. He's rerouted all security protocols through an external server. I'm trying to trace it now. Batman paused at the central stairwell, engaging his cowl's thermal imaging. Multiple heat signatures appeared on the floors below, human forms clustered in what appeared to be the main vault area on the ground floor. Most were seated or kneeling, their positions suggesting restraint or compliance. Two figures stood apart, one moving with the distinctive pacing pattern of a guard. I count 21 potential hostages at First Gotham, Batman reported, plus 2 hostiles. Harvey mentioned 23 total occupants, which means he's there, Oracle concluded. Two-Face is personally overseeing this location. Batman considered this information carefully. Why tell me there are 23 people here if I can easily determine that includes him? He's drawing attention to his presence deliberately. A trap? Or another layer to his game? Batman continued his descent, moving noiselessly despite the aged building's tendency to creak and settle. What about Mercantile? Security feeds are completely dark, but I'm getting power fluctuations consistent with improvised explosive devices. Building schematics show the vault is on a sub-level, more modern design than First Gotham Trust. A notification blinked in Batman's cowl display, a message from Alfred appearing in text form. Master Bruce, I've prepared the secondary transport with the equipment you requested. ETA to Mercantile Bank, 12 minutes. Good, Batman replied softly. Two-Face expects me to choose one location and abandon the other. We're giving him a third option. The main banking floor of First Gotham Trust was a cathedral to financial stability. Marble floors, brass fixtures, and a ceiling adorned with faded murals depicting Gotham's industrial past. Batman observed the scene from the shadows of the mezzanine level. 21 hostages gathered near the central vault, zip-tied in pairs and surrounded by what appeared to be carefully positioned explosive devices. Two-Face himself stood before the vault door, his scarred profile illuminated by the emergency lighting. The second guard, a tall man with a tactical vest over civilian clothes, circled the hostages with methodical precision. His movements suggested military or law enforcement training, his attention focused entirely on the captives rather than his surroundings. An amateur mistake that Batman filed away as potentially useful. I have visual confirmation of Two-Face at First Gotham Trust, Batman whispered to Oracle. The explosives appear to be remotely triggered, pressure-sensitive plates beneath each pair of hostages. Clever, Oracle acknowledged. Prevents individual escape attempts. Alfred is 3 minutes from Mercantile with your equipment. How do you want to play this? Batman watched as Two-Face checked his watch, then addressed his hostages with the theatrical flair of the courtroom prosecutor he had once been. The man's split personality was evident even in his clothing. Immaculate suit and polished shoe on his left side, burned leather and scuffed boot on his right. The duality that defined his madness extended to every aspect of his appearance and behavior. You're probably wondering why you're still alive, Two-Face was saying, his undamaged voice carrying the smooth cadence that had once swayed Gotham juries. It's simple. Chance has favored you so far. The scarred half of his mouth twisted in what might have been a smile. Every 15 minutes, I flip this coin. He held up the distinctive double-headed silver dollar, scarred on one side just as he was. Heads, you continue breathing. Tails, he gestured to the explosives surrounding them. Well, banking is all about calculated risk, isn't it? A woman among the hostages spoke up, her voice surprisingly steady despite her obvious fear. Harvey, this isn't justice. These people aren't responsible for what happened to you. Two-Face tilted his head, studying her with mismatched eyes. Rachel, he murmured, momentary confusion crossing his features before his expression hardened again. No, not Rachel. She's dead. You're Janet Myers, loan officer, denied small business applications from the East End while approving corporate expansions downtown. His voice roughened. Everyone here represents the two-faced nature of Gotham's justice system. Clean on the surface, corrupt underneath. Batman recognized his opening. Two-Face was intellectualizing his actions, a pattern that had emerged more frequently in recent encounters. The man's fractured psyche still contained elements of Harvey Dent's moral framework, however twisted by trauma and obsession. "Oracle," Batman whispered. "I need a distraction at Mercantile Bank. Something that will register on Two-Face's monitoring system without triggering the explosives." "On it," she replied. "Alfred is in position. Remote access to their electrical system in 3, 2, 1. Batman watched as Two-Face suddenly stiffened, touching his earpiece. The villain turned toward a laptop set up on a nearby desk, his attention momentarily diverted from the hostages. "Problems with your experiment, Harvey?" Batman's voice carried through the banking hall, drawing every eye upward to where he stood at the edge of the mezzanine, cape draping around him like liquid shadow. Two-Face's reaction was immediate but controlled, not surprise but satisfaction. "Right on schedule," he noted, checking his watch. 43 minutes remaining. "Tell me, Batman, did you choose this location through deduction or did you flip a coin?" The scarred side of his mouth twisted. "Or did you simply assume I'd be here personally? Your arrogance, thinking you could predict my movements." "Not prediction," Batman replied calmly. "Preparation." He dropped to the main floor in a controlled descent, cape billowing to slow his landing. "I know about both locations, Harvey. The question is whether you're willing to let 45 innocent people die to prove a point about chance and justice." Two-Face's expression flickered, surprise quickly masked by calculated indifference. "You're bluffing. You can't be in two places at once." "I don't have to be." Batman took a measured step forward, gauging the guard's reaction, the positioning of the explosive devices, the tension in Two-Face's posture. "Your plan has a fundamental flaw, Harvey. It assumes I play by your rules." Two-Face reached into his pocket, producing his iconic coin. "Rules are what separate justice from vengeance, order from chaos. Even chance has its protocols." He flipped the coin high, catching it with practiced precision. "But speaking of rules," he turned the coin to reveal the scarred side. "Tails. Bad luck for someone." He pressed a button on a remote control, and one of the explosive devices began emitting a high-pitched beep. The hostages nearest to it recoiled in terror. 15-second countdown, Two-Face announced calmly. "Just one device, a demonstration. Chance selected this particular bomb. Nothing personal for those nearest to it." Batman moved with controlled urgency, analyzing the device with his cowl's sensors as he approached. "This isn't chance, Harvey. You're making deliberate choices while hiding behind the coin." "The coin doesn't lie," Two-Face insisted, watching Batman work with apparent interest. "Unlike people, unlike Gotham's justice system, unlike you with your masks and secrets." 10 seconds remained on the device's timer. Batman accessed a compartment in his utility belt, extracting specialized tools designed for exactly this kind of situation. The explosive was sophisticated, but followed standard demolition logic. A trigger mechanism connected to a charge, with redundant activation protocols. Harvey Dent understood that justice requires human judgment, Batman said as he worked, voice steady despite the time pressure. "Not random chance." 5 seconds. Batman identified the primary circuit, separated it from the secondary trigger, and applied a freezing compound that crystallized the conductive material. 3 seconds. The device's electronic components seized as the temperature dropped rapidly, the timer display flickering before freezing on 0.2. Two-Face observed the diffused bomb with an expression that might have been disappointment or respect. It was impossible to tell which emotion belonged to which side of his fractured personality. Impressive, he acknowledged, but predictable. That was merely the opening statement, Counselor. The real trial is still underway. He gestured to his laptop, where security feeds showed the interior of Mercantile Bank. Your associate at the other location is equally skilled, I assume? The elderly gentleman with the remarkable composure under pressure? Batman kept his expression neutral, though inwardly he reassessed the situation. Two-Face had identified Alfred, which meant his surveillance was more sophisticated than anticipated. Alfred Pennyworth, Two-Face continued, your faithful servant, currently attempting to disarm my secondary system while pretending to be a frightened hostage. Creative, but it changes nothing. Both locations remain primed. Both timers continue counting down. What do you want, Harvey? Batman asked directly, shifting his position to maintain awareness of both Two-Face and his armed guard. This elaborate setup isn't just about random destruction. You're trying to prove something. For a moment, something flickered across Two-Face's undamaged features, a ghost of Harvey Dent's passionate conviction. The justice is blind, he replied, truly blind. Not selectively blind the way Gotham's courts are, not conveniently blind the way its politicians are. He gestured to the hostages. These people facilitate financial injustice every day, but they're respected citizens. The addict who steals to survive goes to prison, while bankers who steal millions get bonuses. So your solution is to subject them to the same random justice you've embraced? Batman countered. Harvey Dent fought against corruption within the system, not by abandoning the system altogether. Two-Face's hand went to his coin almost reflexively, his fingers tracing the scarred edge. Harvey Dent died in that warehouse. What emerged understands that systems can't be fixed. They can only be balanced by opposing forces. He flipped the coin again, catching it and slapping it onto the back of his other hand. Heads. A temporary reprieve. He tapped a sequence into his laptop. 30 minutes remaining, Batman. And now, a complication. On the screen, the feed from Mercantile Bank showed a new development. One of the explosive devices had activated, its timer counting down separately from the main sequence. Another demonstration, Two-Face explained. This one at your secondary location. Let's see if your butler is as skilled at demolitions as you are. Batman's communicator crackled with Alfred's calm voice. Sir, we have a situation developing. One device has activated independently. I am assessing now. Stay focused, Alfred. Batman replied evenly, careful to betray no concern that might satisfy Two-Face. Standard containment protocol. Two-Face watched this exchange with evident satisfaction. Delegation requires trust, he observed. But trust is so easily betrayed, isn't it? Ask Harvey Dent about trust sometime. His scarred features twisted. Oh wait, you can't. He trusted Gotham's justice system, and look what happened to him. Batman kept his attention divided between Two-Face and the security feed, where Alfred was calmly working to contain the active explosive. The older man's steady hands belied his age, as he applied techniques Batman had taught him years ago. Harvey Dent wasn't destroyed by the justice system, Batman said quietly. He was targeted precisely because he was making that system work as it should, because he represented hope for Gotham. Hope? Two-Face's voice cracked slightly. Hope is the cruelest lie. It makes people believe in fairness when there is only chance. It makes them trust in systems that are designed to fail them. He gestured to the hostages. Ask them about hope. Ask how many promises their banks made to struggling families before foreclosing on their homes. On the security feed, Alfred successfully contained the active explosive at Mercantile Bank, placing it within a specialized containment unit Batman had developed for precisely such situations. The relief among the hostages there was visible even through the grainy footage. Two-Face noticed this development with a slight nod. "Impressive resources," he commented, "but we still have our main event approaching. 25 minutes until both locations face their final judgment." Batman took a calculated risk, stepping closer to Two-Face. "This isn't about banks or justice systems, Harvey. It's about control. The coin gives you the illusion of surrendering control, while actually giving you absolute power over life and death." For a moment, Two-Face's composure slipped, rage flashing across both sides of his face before the cold calculation returned. "You understand nothing," he hissed. "The coin is impartial. Unlike judges, unlike police, unlike you. Then why do you only flip it when it serves your purpose?" Batman pressed. "Why not let it decide whether to set up this entire scenario in the first place?" Two-Face's hand went to his pocket, clutching the coin possessively. "I did," he insisted, though uncertainty flickered across his undamaged features. "Every step was determined by chance, including which bank you would personally oversee," Batman continued. "Or did you choose First Gotham Trust because Janet Myers works here? Because she reminds you of Rachel?" The name struck a visible chord. Two-Face's posture stiffened, his scarred hand clenching into a fist. "Rachel is irrelevant," he snapped, though the pain in his voice suggested otherwise. "This is about systemic injustice, not personal vendettas." "Then prove it," Batman challenged. "Flip the coin right now. Heads, you end this peacefully. Tails, we continue your game." Two-Face hesitated, his internal conflict visible in the tension of his posture, the subtle twitching of his facial muscles. For a moment, Harvey Dent seemed to resurface, a flash of the man he had once been, principled, determined, uncompromising in his pursuit of justice. Then his expression hardened again. "Nice try, Batman, but this trial has its procedural rules." He checked his watch. 20 minutes remaining. And now, a change of venue. He pressed a series of keys on his laptop and the displays changed, showing both banks from exterior cameras. "The police have established perimeters as expected. Detective Bullock is coordinating at Mercantile Bank. Commissioner Gordon is 3 blocks from here, stuck in traffic." He turned to Batman with a twisted smile. Always so predictable, Gotham's finest. Batman maintained his composed exterior while inwardly reassessing. Two-Face's surveillance extended beyond the banks themselves, suggesting a more elaborate network than initially suspected. "What's your endgame, Harvey? These hostages, the explosives, the dual locations, all of it leads somewhere." "To a choice," Two-Face replied simply. "The only choice that matters in an unjust world. Chance or design, randomness or control." He produced his coin again, rolling it across his knuckles with practiced dexterity. "In 15 minutes, I flip this coin one final time. If it lands heads, I give you the disarm codes for both locations. If it lands tails," he gestured expansively, "Gotham loses some bankers and gains a valuable lesson about the illusion of security." Batman's communicator vibrated subtly against his cowl, Oracle's signal that she had established something important. "And if I refuse to participate in your coin toss," he asked, keeping Two-Face engaged. "Then both locations detonate automatically," Two-Face answered. "The choice must be surrendered to chance." That's the point of this entire exercise. His voice softened momentarily. Harvey Dent thought he could control outcomes through preparation, evidence, legal maneuvering. He was wrong. In the end, his fate came down to chance. Which side of his face would be burned, whether he would live or die. Lived, Batman said quietly. Part of him still exists within you, Harvey. The part that knows this is wrong. Two-Face's expression flickered again, conflict visible in his mismatched eyes. Wrong? Was it wrong when Salvatore Moroni walked free despite Harvey's perfect case against him? Was it wrong when Rachel died because someone decided her life was expendable? His voice cracked slightly. The system is what's wrong. Chance is the only true justice. Oracle's voice came through Batman's communicator, pitched low enough that only he could hear. I've identified his trigger mechanism. He's using a dual key system. The final detonation requires both the coin toss result and a manual authorization code. I'm working on intercepting the signal, but I need 3 more minutes. Batman gave an imperceptible nod, knowing Oracle would detect the motion through his cowl's sensors. He needed to keep Two-Face focused on their philosophical debate, rather than the technical aspects of his plan. Harvey Dent believed in justice through due process, Batman said, stepping closer to the villain. He understood that true justice isn't about outcomes, but about principles, giving everyone a fair hearing, examining evidence objectively, applying the law equally regardless of wealth or power. Principles without power are meaningless, Two-Face countered, though something in his tone suggested the words weren't entirely his own, as if both sides of his personality were engaged in the debate. Harvey Dent had principles. Look where they got him. He gestured to his scarred face. They made him Gotham's greatest district attorney, Batman replied. They gave people hope that the system could work if those within it had the courage to stand up for what's right. Two-Face checked his watch again. 10 minutes remaining. Time for final arguments, Counselor. He addressed this last comment to the room at large, his courtroom persona resurfacing. The prosecution believes that justice is random, that systems fail, that only chance offers true impartiality. The defense believes in systems, in human judgment, in the fantasy that we can control outcomes through rules and procedures. From the group of hostages, Janet Myers spoke again. Harvey, I remember when you prosecuted Gotham National Bank for predatory lending. You told the jury that systems fail when good people stop fighting to maintain them. Her voice was steady despite her obvious fear. You were right then. The banks needed accountability. But this, she gestured to the explosives surrounding them, this isn't accountability. It's just more trauma. Two-Face stared at her, his expression unreadable. The jury will disregard that statement, he said automatically, though his voice lacked conviction. Batman used this moment of distraction to activate a specialized function in his cowl, a scanner designed to detect electrical frequencies associated with remote detonators. The data appeared in his heads-up display, confirming Oracle's analysis. The trigger system was sophisticated, but followed a recognizable pattern. Oracle, he sub-vocalized, I need a synchronized approach. When I give the signal, cut power to both bank locations simultaneously. 3-second window. Ready when you are, she replied. Alfred is positioned to secure the mercantile bank trigger in the power fluctuation. Batman turned his attention back to Two-Face, who had moved to stand before his laptop again, monitoring both locations with the intensity of a chess master studying 2 simultaneous games. 5 minutes remaining, the villain announced. Perhaps it's time to consolidate our venues. He typed a command, and the security feed from Mercantile Bank expanded to fill the screen. Your associate has been busy, Batman, quite resourceful for a gentleman of his age. The feed showed Alfred positioned near the main explosive array, having successfully guided several hostages to safer positions within the bank's layout. The butler's expression remained composed, though the situation was clearly tense. But resources aren't everything, Two-Face continued. Sometimes fate intervenes. He flipped his coin again, catching it and revealing the scarred side. Tails. Unfortunate for your friend. He entered a command, and one of the support columns at Mercantile Bank erupted in a controlled explosion. Not large enough to threaten the building's structural integrity, but sufficient to fill the space with dust and debris, disorienting the hostages and disrupting Alfred's methodical work. A reminder that chance favors no one, Two-Face observed calmly. Not even Batman's allies. Batman's concern for Alfred was tempered by years of experience working together. The older man had survived far worse situations and would adapt to this development with his characteristic resourcefulness. 3 minutes remaining, Two-Face announced. Time for our final deliberations. He turned to Batman, coin positioned between thumb and forefinger. Any last arguments before we leave this in the hands of chance? Batman had maneuvered himself into position, equidistant from Two-Face, the guard, and the main explosive trigger. His timing would need to be perfect. Just one, he replied evenly. Your entire premise is flawed, Harvey. True randomness doesn't exist in human affairs. Every flip of your coin is influenced by countless variables. The force you apply, the air resistance, the microscopic imperfections in the coin's surface. He took a measured step closer. You're not surrendering to chance. You're creating the illusion of chance to justify actions you've already decided to take. Two-Face's expression darkened, the scarred side of his mouth twisting in anger. The coin doesn't lie, he insisted, though a flicker of doubt crossed his undamaged features. It can't be corrupted, bribed, or intimidated. But it can be manipulated, Batman countered, just like any system. The difference is that systems can be improved through transparency and accountability. Your coin is just a prop in a performance only you can see. "1 minute," Two-Face snarled, his composure cracking. 1 minute until the final judgment. Batman saw the moment approaching, Two-Face's emotional state deteriorating, his focus narrowing to the coin and his perception of Batman as a threat to his worldview. The guard had shifted position, sensing his employer's agitation, his weapon trained more directly on Batman now. "Oracle," Batman sub-vocalized. "On my mark." Two-Face raised his coin, preparing for the final flip. "Let chance decide," he declared, his voice carrying both conviction and desperation. "The only true arbiter in an unjust world." "Now," Batman whispered. In the split second before Two-Face could flip his coin, both banks plunged into darkness. The emergency lights flickered and died, leaving only the faint glow of exit signs. In the sudden darkness, Batman moved with practiced precision. 3 smoke pellets deployed in strategic locations, filling the space with disorienting vapor. The guard fired blindly, his shots going wide as Batman closed the distance. A precise strike to the wrist disarmed him. A follow-up blow to the solar plexus incapacitated him, without causing permanent damage. Two-Face's reaction was predictable, lunging for the detonator rather than retreating. Batman intercepted him with calculated force, careful to control rather than injure. The villain fought with the fury of his fractured psyche, his technique shifting between Harvey Dent's formal boxing training and the brutal street-fighting style of Two-Face. "You can't stop chance," Two-Face snarled, struggling to reach his coin which had fallen to the floor in the confusion. "Justice will be served." "Yes," Batman agreed, securing the villain's wrists with specialized restraints. But not by random chance, by deliberate choices and careful action. The power returned gradually, emergency systems cycling back online. Oracle's voice came through Batman's communicator. Both locations secured. Alfred has disabled the secondary trigger system at Mercantile. GCPD is moving in now. Two-Face stared at Batman with mingled hatred and something that might have been respect. "You cheated," he accused, though his voice lacked real conviction. "You manipulated the variables, corrupted the experiment." "I made a choice," Batman replied quietly, retrieving Two-Face's coin from where it had fallen. He held it up between them, its scarred surface catching the emergency lighting. The same choice Harvey Dent made every day as district attorney, to fight for justice through deliberate action, not random chance. For a moment something shifted in Two-Face's expression, a flicker of the man he had once been. "Rachel would have agreed with you," he said softly, the undamaged side of his face momentarily dominating his features. "She always believed systems could work if good people fought for them." "She was right," Batman affirmed, hearing the approaching sirens as GCPD vehicles converged on the bank. "And part of you still believes that too, Harvey." Two-Face didn't respond, his expression closing off again as the fractured personality reasserted control. But the moment of connection had been real, however brief. A reminder that beneath the scarred exterior and obsessive behavior, elements of Harvey Dent remained. As police officers secured the scene and led Two-Face away, Batman observed from the shadows. The hostages were being tended to, their relief palpable as the danger passed. Janet Myers caught his eye briefly, giving a small nod of understanding, acknowledging not just her rescue, but the complex nature of the man who had threatened her. "Alfred is safe," Oracle reported. "All hostages accounted for at both locations. Detective Bullock sends his regards, in his own colorful way." "Tell him I appreciate the sentiment," Batman replied, already moving toward the exit. The night's work wasn't finished. There would be evidence to analyze, systems to check, assurances to make that Two-Face's return to Arkham was properly managed. But as he grappled to a nearby rooftop, Batman paused to look back at the bank building below. The scene represented one of Gotham's eternal struggles, the battle between chaos and order, between random destruction and structured justice. Two-Face embodied that conflict in its most literal form, his fractured psyche a microcosm of the city's own dual nature. The coin still rested in Batman's palm, a simple object given overwhelming significance by one man's trauma and obsession. Both sides caught the moonlight as he turned it, the unmarred face and the scarred one equally visible. Like Harvey Dent himself, the coin contained multiple truths simultaneously. With a deliberate motion, Batman placed the coin in a specialized compartment in his utility belt, not as a trophy, but as a reminder of Harvey Dent's tragedy, of the thin line between justice and vengeance, of the importance of choices made consciously rather than surrendered to chance. The city stretched before him, its nighttime tapestry of lights and shadows as complex as the human lives contained within its boundaries. Batman fired his grapnel toward the nearest building, ready to continue his patrol. In a city defined by duality, wealth and poverty, corruption and integrity, darkness and light, his path remained singular, to protect those who couldn't protect themselves, regardless of what side of fortune's coin they happened to occupy. As he swung through the night air, the weight of Two-Face's coin rested against his side, a small burden compared to the greater weight of responsibility he had chosen to bear, not by chance or fate, but by deliberate choice. The choice that defined him, that separated him from those he fought. The choice to stand between innocence and harm, regardless of the personal cost. Gotham's skyline welcomed him back into its embrace, the city neither fully corrupt nor fully redeemed, but always, eternally, worth fighting for. The memory of Two-Face's coin toss faded as Batman returned to the present moment, his focus shifting to the new threat emerging beneath Gotham's streets. The city's duality, its heights and depths, was never more apparent than when moving from its glittering financial district to the forgotten tunnels of its underground. As the last echoes of Harvey Dent's fractured justice receded from his thoughts, Batman prepared himself for a different kind of psychological warfare. Dr. Jonathan Crane, known in darker circles as Scarecrow, had been spotted in the abandoned subway sections beneath the East End. Reports of strange mists and terrified vagrants suggested the fear-obsessed villain was testing a new formula, turning the underground passages into a laboratory of phobias. Where Two-Face had challenged Batman's sense of moral choice, Scarecrow would test something more primal, the ability to face fear itself in the suffocating darkness below Gotham's foundation. The rain fell in sheets across Gotham, washing grime from gargoyles into overflowing gutters. Bruce Wayne stood at his penthouse windows, watching lightning illuminate the cityscape. His phone buzzed. Alfred. Sir, I believe you'll want to see the news. Bruce's television flickered to life, showing GCN's breaking coverage of police cordoning off Gotham Central Station. Evacuation underway after an unidentified chemical was detected. Authorities report a subway train has gone missing with approximately 47 passengers unaccounted for. The broadcast cut to Commissioner Gordon at an impromptu press conference. We're establishing a perimeter and working with transit authorities to locate the missing train. We have reason to believe this may be connected to... Gordon was interrupted by every screen in the station displaying the same image, a burlap mask with hollow eyes staring directly into the camera. Gotham City. The voice was distorted, raspy, academic yet unhinged, always rushing, never stopping to confront what truly terrifies you. Bruce was already moving toward the secret elevator to the Batcave. Tonight, you'll have time to consider your deepest fears. I've commandeered Train 61 with its passengers. They are now my guests, in the forgotten tunnels beneath your feet. The old Gotham Underground, abandoned decades ago. In the Batcave, Bruce suited up as the broadcast continued. Batman? I know you're watching. Come find us. Alone, any police presence in the tunnels, any attempt to evacuate the station above, and I'll flood not only the train compartments but the entire main station with my newest creation. The masked figure held up a vial of luminescent green liquid. A fear toxin variant that makes my previous formulations seem like children's nightmares. Alfred approached with the cowl. Sir, preliminary chemical analysis suggests this isn't merely a bluff. The trace amounts detected match Dr. Crane's previous work, but with significant modifications. Batman pulled on the cowl. He's been experimenting again. The samples appear to bind specifically to neural receptors associated with personal trauma and memory. Batman checked his utility belt, ensuring his rebreather and antitoxin injectors were stocked. Crane's always been interested in personalized fear. Now he's found a way to chemically induce it. On screen, Scarecrow continued. You have 3 hours, Batman, before I release my toxin to my captive audience. Let's see what truly haunts the man behind the mask. Alfred, pull up the old transit maps. There must be access points Crane used to divert the train. Already done, sir. The abandoned Monarch Theatre station would be your closest entry point. It was sealed off in the 1980s when the new lines were built, but it connects to the old network. Batman stared at the location marker, directly beneath the alley where his parents had been murdered. With Scarecrow, nothing was ever coincidental. "I've also modified your cowl's filtration system," Alfred said. "It should provide additional protection against aerosol compounds, though I can't guarantee it will fully counteract Dr. Crane's new formula. It will have to do." "Master Bruce." Alfred's voice softened. "Dr. Crane specializes in exploiting psychological vulnerabilities. Your own trauma is precisely what he's counting on." Batman moved toward the Batmobile. "Which is why I need to remain focused. I'll need you on comms, of course, and might I suggest taking the Batcycle instead? The old access tunnels will be too narrow for the Batmobile." Batman nodded. "Keep Gordon updated, but make sure he maintains the perimeter, no officers underground." "And what should I tell him about your plan?" Batman mounted the Batcycle, the engine rumbling to life. "Tell him I'm going to give Scarecrow exactly what he wants." The abandoned Monarch Theatre station entrance had been bricked over decades ago. Batman placed shaped demolition charges precisely along the mortar lines, stepping back as they detonated with controlled pops. Bricks tumbled inward, revealing a dark maw that exhaled the stale breath of forgotten tunnels. His tactical light illuminated crumbling Art Deco tiles and tarnished brass fixtures from Gotham's more elegant era. "I've accessed the old Transit Authority archives," Alfred said through the cowl's communication system. The Monarch Theatre station connected to the central loop, which intersects with the abandoned Carson line. If Dr. Crane diverted the train, that's likely where he's holding it. Batman descended the crumbling stairs. The station platform remained frozen in time, peeling posters, newspaper kiosks with yellowed headlines. One poster caught his eye, The Mark of Zorro, the last film his family had seen together. "Alfred, Crane didn't choose this entry point by accident." "I suspected as much, sir. He's attempting to unsettle you before you've even encountered his toxin." Batman moved toward the edge of the platform. "He's been studying me, my history, my traumas. All the more reason to proceed with caution." Batman dropped to the track level, the loose gravel crunching under his boots. As he moved forward, he activated thermal imaging, scanning for any signs of life or machinery. 50 yards in, he noticed something peculiar, a faint mist hovering close to the ground. "Alfred, I'm encountering some kind of vapor. Your cowl sensors are registering trace amounts of an unknown compound. Not enough to be dangerous, but I'd suggest using your rebreather." Batman fitted the rebreather over his mouth and nose. "He's testing dilution levels, seeing how far his toxin will spread through the tunnels." As he continued, he became aware of sounds that shouldn't exist. Faint whispers, distant footsteps keeping pace with his own, occasional childlike laughter quickly silenced. "Alfred, are you picking up any other presence down here?" "Negative. Your cowl's sensors show no heat signatures within a 100-yard radius. Why?" Batman paused, listening intently. The sounds stopped. Nothing, just being thorough. The junction loomed ahead, a cavernous space where multiple tunnel lines converged. Ancient switching equipment stood like industrial sculptures. "The Carson line will be the southwest tunnel," Alfred instructed. "But sir, I'm detecting an electrical current running through the third rail of that line." "Crane's restored power, selectively." Batman examined the junction's control panel, finding it recently disturbed. "He's been planning this for months." As Batman prepared to enter the Carson Line tunnel, Scarecrow's voice echoed through speakers. "Batman, welcome to your journey inward. I see you've chosen the path of your origin. How fitting. Batman remained silent, scanning for monitoring devices. The fear of a child who lost everything. It never really leaves, does it? Just gets buried, like these tunnels beneath layers of control and discipline. But it's always there, waiting in the darkness. He's trying to get under your skin, sir, Alfred cautioned. I've prepared a special experience for you, Scarecrow continued. By the time you reach those poor, frightened passengers, we'll have uncovered what truly terrifies the Batman. The speakers fell silent, replaced by the soft hiss of gas releasing from ceiling vents. Alfred, he's pumping toxin into the junction. The rebreather should filter it, but I'd advise not lingering. Batman moved swiftly toward the Carson Line tunnel, but froze at its entrance. Standing in the center of the track was a small boy in an expensive coat, his face obscured by shadow. Batman's rational mind knew this was an illusion, the first effects of Crane's toxin seeping through his protective gear, but the image struck with visceral force. Sir, your vitals just spiked. Batman forced himself forward, walking directly through the apparition, which dissolved into wisps of green vapor. I'm fine, he growled. The toxin is already affecting my visual cortex. Minimal exposure, but effective. Should you administer the antitoxin? Not yet. I need to conserve doses. This is just the beginning. Batman entered the Carson Line tunnel, where emergency lights cast the passageway in an eerie, intermittent glow. Every 20 yards, he passed freshly painted graffiti, crude drawings of bats with torn wings, disturbing nursery rhymes, and repeated words in Crane's handwriting. What do you see in the dark, Batman? What sees you back? The tunnel began to feel increasingly claustrophobic, the walls seemingly contracting with each step. Batman focused on his breathing, on the mission, on the innocent lives at stake. Ahead, a thin wire stretched across the tunnel at ankle height. Booby trap, Batman muttered, stepping over it and looking up to see canisters rigged to the ceiling. He's placed these obstacles to slow you down, Alfred observed, or to ensure I receive incremental doses of the toxin. Batman carefully disarmed the trigger. The longer I'm down here, the more compromised I become. As Batman continued deeper, the emergency lights flickered more erratically, creating a strobe effect. In these stuttering glimpses, shadows seemed to move independently, stretching toward him between moments of darkness. Alfred, I need you to keep talking to me. Your voice will help me distinguish reality from hallucination. Of course, sir. Perhaps I could regale you with the fascinating history of underground transit systems. Despite everything, Batman felt the corner of his mouth twitch. That will do. As Alfred began his impromptu lecture, Batman disarmed 2 more traps, the toxin's effects intensified. He now occasionally saw faces in the tunnel walls, heard his name whispered from empty passages, felt phantom touches on his exposed jawline. The tunnel opened into another station platform, Carson Heights. Unlike the Monarch station, this one showed signs of recent activity. Portable floodlights illuminated a macabre display at the center. A life-size diorama had been arranged, 2 adult mannequins lying on the ground with red paint splashed across their chests. Between them, a child mannequin kneeled in despair. All 3 wore crude bat masks. It appears Dr. Crane has recreated your parents' murder, Alfred said quietly. Sir, perhaps this would be a good time to administer the antitoxin. No, Batman growled. This is exactly what he wants. To force me to use up my defenses before the real confrontation. As he approached, he realized something was off. Alfred, these aren't mannequins. They're people. Good lord, are they? Unconscious, drugged. Batman checked vital signs. They're alive, but heavily sedated. Crane has dressed them to resemble my parents and me. He's forcing you to relive your trauma through proxies. Batman administered a mild stimulant to each victim. They should regain consciousness within an hour. By then, this will be over. He arranged the unconscious individuals away from the center, then turned his attention to the continuing tunnel. According to the transit maps, Alfred said, you're approximately halfway to the intersection where I believe Train 61 has been diverted. But sir, these psychological tactics will only escalate. I'm counting on it. Batman's voice hardened. Crane's focus on my past means he's revealing his own obsessions. That makes him predictable. As Batman prepared to continue, pearls rolled across the floor, creating a trail leading toward the darkness. Don't follow them, sir. I don't intend to. Batman instead moved to a maintenance door at the side of the platform. There should be service tunnels running parallel to the main line. Less theatrical, but potentially less trapped as well. The maintenance door yielded to his lockpicks, revealing a narrow utility passageway. Batman squeezed through, leaving behind Crane's psychological stage set. Well done, sir, though I suspect Dr. Crane anticipated this move as well. Undoubtedly, but forcing him to adjust his plans may reveal weaknesses. After several minutes of navigating the claustrophobic passage, he heard a train whistle, followed by the distorted sound of a public address system. Alfred, I can hear the train. It can't be more than a quarter mile ahead. The service tunnel eventually opened onto a small maintenance platform overlooking a larger station area. Below, illuminated by emergency lighting, sat Train 61. The subway train was motionless, its doors sealed, windows fogged from the inside. Surrounding it were modified aerosol dispersers, each connected to a central control panel near the front of the train. Standing beside that panel, his back to Batman, was a lanky figure in tattered academic attire, burlap mask in place, adjusting dials with scientific precision. Alfred, I've found them. Crane has the train in an old express station. I count dozens of dispersal devices positioned around the cars. Can you see the passengers? Batman zoomed in with his cowl's optics. They're inside, conscious but panicking. Crane has released small amounts of the toxin into specific cars. He's testing different concentrations. A living laboratory, despicable. Batman scanned for the optimal approach. The dispersal system is centralized. If I can disable the main control panel, I can prevent full deployment. And Dr. Crane will be expecting me from the main tunnel, not the maintenance platform. Batman removed a batarang. His words cut off as a horrific sensation overcame him. Thousands of insects crawling beneath his suit, biting into his skin. Batman stiffened, fighting the hallucination. Sir, your vitals are spiking again. With tremendous effort, Batman steadied his breathing. The toxin concentration is higher here. He's saturated the area around the train. The crawling sensation intensified, joined by whispers directly in his ear. His father's voice, his mother's, Alfred's, all speaking simultaneously in disappointed tones about his failures. Batman forced his hand to the antitoxin injector on his belt, administering a dose. Within seconds, the hallucinations began to recede. I've used one dose, he reported, but now I understand what we're dealing with. The toxin adapts to the victim's deepest insecurities. Batman raised the batarang, taking aim at the control panel. Before he could throw, Scarecrow suddenly turned, looking directly at his position. "I've been waiting for you, Batman," Crane called. "Did you enjoy my exhibits? I spent considerable time researching your psychological profile." Batman remained still, assessing whether Crane could actually see him. "Your fear signature is quite distinctive," Scarecrow continued, pointing to a device in his hand. "This sensor detects the specific neurochemical markers produced by human terror. Yours light up my readings, even through your vaunted self-control." Batman launched a smoke pellet, then fired his grapnel to swing around the station's perimeter. "Running won't help," Scarecrow called out. "I've created this environment specifically for you. Every surface is coated with contact agents that will penetrate even your suit given enough exposure." Batman landed behind a support column on the same level as the train. The passengers were clearly visible, some pounding desperately on the glass, others huddled in corners, fighting invisible assailants. "Alfred, the passengers are deteriorating. Crane has been exposing them to incremental doses, building their terror. The antitoxin won't help them at this stage. They need fresh air and sedation. I need to disable those dispersers first." Scarecrow's voice came closer. "Would you like to know what they're seeing, Batman? Each person's nightmare is uniquely tailored. The broker in Car 3 is watching his skin dissolve from radiation poisoning. The young mother in Car 5 sees her children transforming into venomous snakes." Batman moved silently toward the control panel. "But they're merely the opening act," Scarecrow continued. "You're the main event. Tell me, are the bats coming for you yet? Can you feel their wings brushing against your face?" On cue, Batman's vision darkened as bat-like shapes seemed to swoop from the ceiling. He forced himself to focus on concrete reality, the weight of his cape, the solid floor beneath his feet, the mission parameters. "Sir," Alfred's voice cut through, "his control panel appears to have a fail-safe system. If Crane loses consciousness or moves too far from the panel, it may trigger automatic dispersal." Batman adjusted his approach. He couldn't simply neutralize Scarecrow. He needed to coax him into deactivating the system first. "You know, Dr. Crane," Batman called out. "For someone obsessed with fear, your own phobias are remarkably transparent." Scarecrow stiffened, trying to locate the source of Batman's voice. "Your elaborate staging, your meticulous research into my past, it reveals more about you than about me. Psychoanalyzing me, Batman." Scarecrow laughed. "How desperate. Your fear is spiking. My sensors don't lie." Batman moved to another position. What happened at Gotham University wasn't about academic jealousy. It was about your fear of insignificance, your terror that your work would never matter. Scarecrow whirled, raising his arm to spray toxin. "You know nothing about me. I know you were the frightened child who learned to weaponize his own terror," Batman continued, moving to yet another location. "I know you believe fear is the only truth. But you're wrong." Scarecrow hissed. "Look at them," he gestured toward the train. "Every one of them proving my thesis. Fear strips away civilization, reveals the animal beneath. That's not what I see." Batman was now positioned directly behind the control panel. "I see people fighting their fears, protecting each other, even now." "Your experiment is failing, Crane." With a cry of rage, Scarecrow turned toward the control panel and found himself face to face with Batman. "Impossible," he whispered. "The toxin concentration in this area, you should be catatonic with terror." Batman's hand shot out, gripping Scarecrow's wrist before he could activate his toxin dispenser. "Fear is a powerful tool, Doctor, but only if you let it control you." Scarecrow struggled, his free hand reaching toward the control panel. Stay back. One press of this button and everyone on that train experiences their worst nightmares at once, including you. Batman's voice was deadly calm. Your failsafe works both ways, doesn't it? If the system fully activates, you'll be caught in the dispersal too. No mask can filter that concentration. Uncertainty flickered in Scarecrow's eyes. Batman pressed his advantage. Your sensors. Show me. Reluctantly, Scarecrow held up the device. A modified heart rate monitor displaying fluctuating graphs. Your formula is flawed, Batman said. It triggers the fear response, but can't sustain it against a prepared mind. No, that's impossible, Scarecrow insisted. I've perfected it. Breaks down too quickly. A fundamental error in your research. In that instant of distraction, Batman struck, sending Scarecrow staggering away from the control panel. Batman was immediately at the controls, fingers flying over the interface. Alfred, I need the shutdown sequence for this model of dispersal system. Working on it, sir. Try entering the Transit Authority override. 7399 Alpha Echo. Batman punched in the code. The control panel beeped but remained active. He's modified it, needs his biometric signature. Scarecrow lunged back toward Batman. You can't stop it. Only I can abort the sequence. Batman sidestepped, allowing Scarecrow's momentum to carry him past, then delivered a strike to the back of his knees. As Crane fell, Batman grabbed his arm, forcing his hand onto the biometric scanner. No! Scarecrow howled as the system recognized his print. Command prompt, Alfred. Try system abort, followed by the current time. System abort, 247. Batman commanded. The control panel flashed green. Dispersal sequence terminated. Ventilation system engaging. Throughout the station, the dispersers powered down, and massive fans activated somewhere in the tunnel system. No, 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 Scarecrow thrashed in Batman's grip. You've ruined everything. Years of research. Batman secured Scarecrow's wrists. Your research will continue, Doctor at Arkham, under proper supervision. With Scarecrow subdued, Batman turned his attention to the train, releasing the emergency mechanisms at each door. As fresh air began cycling through, he administered mild sedatives to the most severely affected passengers. Alfred, contact Gordon. Tell him the situation is contained. We need medical teams ready at Gotham Central. I'll drive the train back myself. Very good, sir. And Dr. Crane? Batman looked at the restrained figure now muttering chemical formulas. He'll be joining us for the ride. I want him to see his test subjects recover, to understand that fear isn't the final word, a poetic justice of sorts. Something like that. Batman moved toward the train's control cabin. And Alfred? Yes, sir. Thank you for being my anchor. Always, Master Bruce. Always. The train crawled through dark tunnels with painful slowness. In the control cabin, Batman maintained a steady hand on the throttle while monitoring the passenger cars through security screens. The sedatives had calmed the most severe cases, while others were beginning to emerge from their hallucinations. Scarecrow sat bound in the corner, his mask removed to reveal the gaunt features of Dr. Jonathan Crane. You've only delayed the inevitable, Crane said. Fear always wins in the end. It's the baseline of human consciousness. Batman focused on navigating through a damaged section of track, the wheels screeching in protest. They'll remember this experience for the rest of their lives, Crane continued. Long after they've forgotten your heroics, they'll wake in the night, drenched in sweat, reliving what they saw today. What they'll remember, Batman finally responded, is that they survived, that their fears didn't consume them. Crane scoffed. Typical heroic delusion. You can't defeat fear, Batman. You can only channel it, as you've done with your little costume drama. Tell me, when you put on that mask, which side of it are you hiding from? Batman adjusted their course as they approached a junction, the ancient brakes groaning. You wear your fear so obviously, Crane pressed. The bat, symbol of the dark, of childhood nightmares. You became the very thing that terrified you. Classic immersion therapy, if somewhat extreme. The train lurched over damaged rail, momentarily throwing Crane against the cabin wall. I could help you, you know, professionally. Your case is fascinating. Trauma response converted into vigilante compulsion. Save your analysis for your Arkham therapist, Batman replied, checking the vital signs of the passengers. Crane's eyes narrowed. You think I haven't been studying you throughout this encounter? Your physiological responses, your coping mechanisms. Even now, you're exhibiting classic symptoms of hyper-control as a fear response. Batman's hand tightened slightly on the throttle. Sir, Alfred said through the comm, you're approaching the junction to the active transit lines. Maintenance records indicate the switching mechanism may be inoperative due to age. Understood. I'll need to manually engage the switch. Allow me to express my professional admiration, Crane said, watching Batman prepare to exit. You've built an impressive psychological armor, but even the strongest armor has joints, vulnerabilities where the pieces connect. Batman secured the throttle at its lowest setting. Stay put, Doctor. Consider what you might say to those passengers when we reach the station. Oh, I have plenty to say to them, Crane smiled thinly. My research notes alone will fill volumes. Batman opened the cabin door and climbed onto the front of the train. The switching mechanism was frozen with rust, set to direct them deeper into the abandoned tunnels rather than up toward the active lines. As the train continued its slow advance, Batman leapt from the front, landing beside the switch. The ancient manual lever resisted his first attempt. Alfred, the switch is jammed. I need more leverage. There should be a maintenance toolkit in a housing near the junction. Batman located the rusted box, found a heavy wrench and applied it to the mechanism, muscles straining against decades of resistance. With a shriek of tortured metal, the switch began to move. Batman threw his full weight against it until it locked into position, aligning the track toward the active transit system. He turned back toward the approaching train and froze. The control cabin was empty. Alfred, Crane is loose on the train. Batman sprinted back, leaping onto the rear car and forcing open the emergency door. Inside, passengers looked up in alarm, their faces still bearing the after effects of terror. Stay calm, Batman instructed, moving swiftly through the car. We're almost back to the main station. Medical help is waiting. A woman clutched at his arm. There was a man, thin, wild-made. He went that way. She pointed toward the connecting door. He was saying something about unfinished business. Batman moved through the cars methodically. In the fifth car, he found an abandoned restraint, the lock picked with improvised tools. Sir, Alfred's voice had new urgency. The train is accelerating. Batman felt it too, the gradually increasing momentum. He's overridden the throttle limiter. At this velocity, the train will derail when it hits the curved junction to the main line. Batman pushed through panicking passengers as the train's movement became noticeably faster, the ancient wheels screaming against rails they were never designed to travel at such speeds. In the third car, he found a passenger slumped unconscious, a transit authority employee, his jacket removed. He's disguised himself as transit staff, Batman reported. In the second car, the connecting door to the control cabin had been sealed shut. Batman could see Crane through the small window, now wearing the transit employee's jacket, his hands manipulating the controls with manic energy. I need options, Alfred. The emergency brake system can be activated from any car. There should be a red panel. Found it. Batman smashed the glass covering the emergency brake handle. Crane's voice suddenly blared over the PA system. I wouldn't do that, Batman. Emergency braking at this speed will cause catastrophic decompression in the toxin canisters I've placed throughout the train. One final experiment. What happens when they receive the full, undiluted dose? Batman's hand hesitated. He's bluffing, Alfred. The dispersal system was disabled at the station. Indeed, but he may have had backup canisters. Contingency plans are rather his forte. Through the window, Batman could see Crane's triumphant smile as he gestured to several small devices attached beneath the seats in the control cabin. Even now, you hesitate, Crane's voice continued, weighing probabilities, calculating risks, the cold logic of fear. The train was now hurtling toward the junction, the curved track visible in the distance. At their current speed, derailment was certain. Batman released the emergency brake handle and stepped back, scanning for alternatives. Sir, you have approximately 40 seconds before the train reaches the curve. Batman turned to the windows. Alfred, what's the integrity rating of the subway car glass? Standard Transit Authority specifications would indicate tempered safety glass, designed to withstand significant impact but ultimately breakable under enough force, exactly. Batman turned to the nearest passengers. Everyone, move to the rear of the car, now. As they complied, Batman placed a small thermite charge at the center of the front window, then backed away. Fire in the hole, he warned, before triggering the charge. The glass exploded outward. Wind immediately tore through the car as the train continued to accelerate. Batman moved to the opening, fired his grapnel toward the tunnel's ceiling, and launched himself through, swinging in a wide arc that brought him onto the roof of the lead car. The wind threatened to tear him from his position as he crawled forward, but he maintained his grip. Reaching the front, he swung down directly in front of the control cabin window, coming face to face with a startled Crane. Using his momentum, Batman crashed through the glass. Crane scrambled backward, reaching for the throttle controls. It's too late, he shouted. We've passed the point of no return. Batman seized Crane by his stolen jacket, lifting him away from the controls. There's always a choice. With his free hand, Batman examined the control panel. Crane had disengaged the standard braking system, but the emergency override remained, requiring both hands to activate. Alfred, I need both hands for the emergency stop. Can you trigger a remote taser pulse through my gauntlets? Certainly, sir. On your mark. Now, Batman activated the pulse, sending an electrical current through his gloves. Crane convulsed and went limp. Batman grabbed the dual emergency brake controls, twisting them simultaneously in opposite directions. The train's emergency braking system engaged with a deafening screech. The deceleration threw Batman forward against the control panel, while Crane's unconscious form slid across the floor. Throughout the train, passengers were hurled forward despite Batman's warning to brace themselves. Sir, at your current deceleration rate, I know. Batman maintained his grip on the controls. We'll still hit the curve too fast. The junction loomed ahead. Batman made a split-second decision, releasing the brake controls and hoisting Crane over his shoulder. Alfred, the first car is going to derail. I need to separate it from the rest of the train. Batman reached the coupling between the first and second cars, placing Crane on the metal surface. Taking a small cutting torch from his utility belt, he sliced through the coupling's main support. The train continued to decelerate, but the curve was now only seconds away. With a final burst, the coupling separated, the lead car immediately beginning to pull away as its wheels lost their electrical connection. Batman grabbed Crane and leapt back to the second car as the gap widened. Behind them, the now disconnected lead car entered the curved junction, its momentum carrying it off the rails. It crashed against the tunnel wall, sending vibrations through the entire structure. The remaining cars, still braking and now free from the pull of the lead car, navigated the curve with a teeth-rattling screech but remained on the tracks, gradually slowing to a complete stop just beyond the junction, now pointed upward toward the active transit system. "Alfred, we're through the junction. Train is stopped, lead car separated and derailed. No casualties." "Most impressive, sir." Batman secured Crane with fresh restraints, then moved through the remaining cars, checking on the passengers. "Emergency services are accessing the tunnels now," Alfred reported. "They should reach your position within minutes." Batman found a young transit worker among the passengers. "Can you get these cars moving again, slowly, just enough to reach the main station?" The worker nodded uncertainly. "System seems intact. If the track ahead is clear, we should be able to limp in." "Good." Batman handed him a small device. "This will signal the main station that you're approaching. Tell them the passengers need medical attention for fear toxin exposure." "What about him?" The worker gestured toward Crane. "He's coming with me, a different route." As emergency personnel approached, Batman hoisted Crane over his shoulder and moved toward a maintenance access ladder. "Alfred, have the Batmobile meet me at access point 17B and tell Gordon I have a special delivery for Arkham's high secretary wing." 2 weeks later, Bruce Wayne stood at his penthouse window, watching the city lights emerge as dusk settled over Gotham. His body still ached from the underground ordeal, contusions and sprains that Alfred had meticulously treated. On the television, Vicky Vale reported from outside Gotham General Hospital. The last of the patients exposed to Dr. Jonathan Crane's fear toxin have been released today, with doctors reporting no expected long-term physiological effects. However, many victims have already sought psychological counseling to deal with the traumatic hallucinations they experienced. The camera showed a group of survivors gathered outside. One woman stepped forward. "We've started a support group," she explained. "What we went through, it's not something you can just explain to someone who wasn't there. But we're helping each other cope, day by day." Bruce turned as Alfred entered with coffee. "The resilience of ordinary people continues to astound, doesn't it, sir?" Alfred remarked. "It shouldn't," Bruce replied. "Not after all we've seen, perhaps. But I find it reassuring nonetheless." Alfred gestured toward the screen. "They're rebuilding their sense of security from the ground up, much like you did after your own trauma." A rather poetic parallel. Bruce's expression darkened slightly. Crane would have appreciated the poetry. He always viewed fear as the great equalizer. Alfred lifted a tablet displaying security footage from Arkham Asylum. Through the high-resolution feed, they could see Crane in his cell, sitting perfectly still, staring at the wall. "He hasn't spoken since his arrival," Alfred noted. "Dr. Leyland reports he appears to be conducting some form of internal psychological experiment." Bruce studied the image thoughtfully. He was exposed to his own toxin during the crash, not enough to incapacitate him, but enough to linger in his system. "You think he's experiencing continued effects?" "I think he's finally confronting his own fears, instead of just studying everyone else's." On the television, the news had shifted to footage of Batman emerging from the underground with an unconscious Scarecrow. Grainy images captured by security cameras near the transit access point. Some questions remain, Vale was saying, about how Batman knew of Scarecrow's plot and whether city officials could have prevented the hijacking with better security protocols. Bruce muted the broadcast. We need to review the Transit Authority's security systems. Crane shouldn't have been able to access those tunnels in the first place. Already underway, Alfred assured him. Wayne Enterprises has, coincidentally, offered to fund a complete overhaul of the subway security network. Bruce nodded, then winced slightly as he rotated his shoulder where a bruise had blossomed during the confrontation. You should rest, sir. The city is quiet tonight. Temporarily, Bruce moved to the concealed elevator that would take him to the Batcave. But fear is a powerful motivator, Alfred, for criminals as well as the innocent. Indeed, though I find myself wondering what Dr. Crane himself truly fears. Bruce stepped into the elevator, his expression hardening into the familiar lines that presaged the Batman. Everyone fears something, Alfred. Even Scarecrow. And you, sir? The elevator doors began to close. I fear what happens when good people do nothing. That's why I can't rest. Not yet. As the elevator descended, Bruce closed his eyes, briefly acknowledging the lingering traces of Crane's toxin still working through his system. The hallucinations had faded, but the heightened awareness of his own psychological vulnerabilities remained. In the darkness behind his eyelids, he could still see the phantom boy in the expensive coat standing on the abandoned tracks. But now, instead of fear, the image evoked resolve, a reminder of why the Batman existed. The elevator reached the Batcave, doors opening to reveal the vast underground complex with its gleaming technology and shadowed recesses. Bruce stepped out, moving toward the costume vault where the Bat waited, patient and eternal. Fear was indeed a powerful force, he reflected, but so was the will to face it, night after night, in the darkness beneath Gotham. Meanwhile, in Arkham Asylum's high-security wing, Jonathan Crane sat cross-legged on his cot, eyes closed in meditation. The orderlies had grown accustomed to this nightly ritual, noting it in their logs as subject engaged in self-hypnosis. What they couldn't see was the intricate landscape unfolding behind Crane's eyelids. A detailed mental reconstruction of his underground laboratory, every beaker and notebook precisely where he had left them, every formula and observation preserved in his eidetic memory. In this internal sanctuary, Crane moved freely, reviewing the data from what he now called the Batman experiment, analyzing every reaction throughout their underground confrontation. Fascinating, he whispered to himself. The subject displays remarkable resilience to traditional fear triggers, yet exhibits unmistakable autonomic responses to specific iconography. In his mind, he adjusted a molecular model, the structure of his fear toxin, modified based on the results he had observed. A soft tap at his cell door interrupted his concentration. Outside stood an orderly, new judging by the pristine uniform and nervous demeanor. "Medication time, Dr. Crane," the man said, voice hushed as he operated the secure pass-through drawer. Crane smiled thinly. "Rather late for the evening round." The orderly didn't meet his gaze. "Special prescription, direct from Dr. Leland." Crane approached the drawer as it opened to reveal a small paper cup containing 2 unfamiliar pills. The orderly fidgeted. "I need to witness you taking them." Crane studied the man more carefully, the slight tremor in his left hand, the faint sheen of perspiration, the subtle irregularities in his uniform's fit. Not an orderly at all, Of course, Crane said, taking the cup. We must follow protocol. He raised the cup to his lips, then paused. Tell me, do you ever experience nightmares? The kind that leave you gasping in the dark, convinced that something is watching from the corners of your room? The man's eyes widened slightly. Just take the medication, doctor. I have a professional interest, Crane continued. Fear fascinates me, its mechanisms, its manifestations, how it can be distilled, concentrated. He looked pointedly at the pills. Delivered. The false orderly's composure cracked. They said you'd want these. Indeed I did, Crane interrupted smoothly. But arrangements change. Tell your employers that Dr. Crane is pursuing a different methodology now. BB won't be happy. Fear rarely makes one happy, Crane replied. That's rather the point. The man retreated, disappearing down the corridor. Crane returned to his cot, resuming his cross-legged position with a satisfied expression. Batman had shown him something important. Fear wasn't merely about triggering panic. In its purest form, it was about transformation, about what emerged from the crucible of terror. The vigilante had faced his darkest fears in those underground passages and emerged not broken, but somehow strengthened. A psychological anomaly that demanded further investigation. Crane smiled in the darkness of his cell, fingers lightly tracing formulas on the thin mattress beneath him. Everyone fears something, he whispered, echoing Batman's unheard words from weeks earlier. Above Arkham, clouds parted briefly to reveal the night sky. No spotlight illuminated the darkness tonight. The city was quiet, its guardian moving unseen through shadow and stone. And in cell 218, Jonathan Crane continued his silent work, patient as only the truly obsessed can be. Gotham had not seen the last of Scarecrow. The next time, he would be ready. The next time, even the Batman would learn the true meaning of fear. In the perfect darkness of his closed eyes, Crane continued his calculations, whispering formulas like prayers, and somewhere deep in his mind, a burlap mask waited, patient and eternal, ready to be worn again. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.